Chapter 746. Keisho and the other man took a few steps forward and gathered around Pei Ziyun. As for Kori, he quickly followed his father. Striding forward, he slashed at the soldiers with his sword as he headed towards Pei Ziyun. In his heart, he kept his father's warning in mind. Be careful, be as careful as you can. Before you find the right opportunity, do not show any hostility towards Yamada Shinichi. Not long ago, Keisho arrived at the battlefield and saw Pei Ziyun using a divine weapon. He was invincible, killing his way into the enemy's formation. To be honest, Keisho was shocked. He couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying person in the current society. All along, Keisho believed that there had never been a samurai who could kill 1,000 people. He was so sure because he had been trained as a samurai. Warriors without extraordinary powers would be considered impressive if they could kill 10 ordinary soldiers. Even with spells, it was impossible to kill 100 people. Therefore, when he saw 100 kills and 1,000 kills, he only smiled and didn't take it to heart. These were all fabricated by the ancient people, they didn't exist. As far as he knew, even the most powerful samurai could only kill 100 people under very favorable conditions. And it wasn't just him who thought so. He once asked his father, "In this world, is there a real 100 kills?" At that time, Keisho carefully thought for 2 days before replying, "If it's an accumulation of kills, there might be. But if it's a one-time annihilation, it's impossible for such an existence to exist in this world. Unless we return to the Heian era. During the Heian era, hundreds of ghosts roamed the night. Demons and monsters roamed the world. Semi-Wenshu had always thought that this was a joke. But when he saw Pei Ziyun charging in and out of the army of 1,000, he finally understood that the ancient records were not lies. There really were such terrifying people in the world. Keisho was also shocked when he saw this. Unfortunately, I can no longer look back. Keisho thought of what he had done and felt bitter. He didn't just want to kill Yamada Shinichi. More importantly, he had long betrayed the deity of the Jinchuan shrine. Ishito Sito's death was the result of that betrayal. If he didn't kill Yamada Shinichi and the deity of the Jinchuan shrine, he would be fine if he lived. But after death, he naturally knew that he had no other choice. No matter what, Tianjin deity is still the strongest. My choice was not wrong. Qin Sheng and the other man knew that it was impossible to force their way through. With Pei Ziyun's terrifying martial arts, they would be killed before they could even get close to him. Hence, he cautiously reminded his son to pretend to be on Pei Ziyun's side. Qin Sheng had never shown any hostility towards Pei Ziyun. Furthermore, Pei Ziyun had seen him at the shrine before. This was a good reason to get close to him. At that time, even if it was just a drop of blood, the Tianjin deity's divine power would be enough to destroy the person's soul. Yamada-kun, the shrine knows that something has gone wrong and asked us to help you. Qin Sheng shouted again and rushed forward with his son. His saber skills were swift and fierce, and several soldiers were instantly killed. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and continued his killing spree. Pu-piu-piu. Those who had experienced slaughter would not be unfamiliar with this sound. This was the sound of a white blade rapidly piercing through human organs. Both sides fought fiercely, filling the air with a murderous aura. Dark clouds covered the sky above the shrine, and the battlefield darkened, as if it was coated with a layer of blood. Pei Ziyun rushed forward without hesitation. His saber spun, and his body moved along with it. Everywhere he went, more than 10 people were killed. His killing spree was like a sickle cutting grass. When Qin Sheng and his son approached, their hearts trembled with fear. They even slowed down by a beat. At this moment, suddenly, someone shouted an order with a firm tone. Looking over, it was a major. He had a solemn expression on his face, a warrior who serves the country for 7 lifetimes and 7 lifetimes. Gentlemen, be loyal to the country. The major's tone was solemn, and his brows were firm. He then rushed forward while singing. Our Emperor's golden age will last for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. Gravel will turn into rock, moss will grow everywhere. Once this song was sung, even the souls of the soldiers trembled in fear. At this moment they were infected and sang together, "Our Emperor's rule will last for 1,000 generations, until a small stone becomes a huge rock, and a thick layer of moss grows." In their eyes, the will to fight was ignited, and a fierce determination was born. Pei Zi-yun did not speak, but rushed forward even more fiercely. The two soldiers who were singing immediately separated with a muffled sound, and turned into flames. Then, he rushed in front of the major. "I am the great arrow, great joy, forever mountains seize the way." Before he could finish his sentence, the wooden saber was already in front of him. The major immediately shut up, and with a swing of his saber, he stabbed towards Pei Zi-yun's waist. His saber technique was ruthless and accurate, which was the specialty of saber techniques in the army. Killing in the army, especially the use of cold weapons, was a classic example of a one-hit kill. The saber would draw blood, and it would be either you die or I die. What was more important was the cooperation of comrades. Indeed, without any instructions, the two men who followed closely behind the major rushed forward, crossing each other and thrusting their spears. Their spears pierced through the air, emitting a sharp sound. No matter how strong one's martial arts was, how could it compare to cooperation? Almost at the same time, Qinsheng Ichino and Qinsheng Wenshu closed in on Pei Zi-yun. Suddenly, they turned and stabbed towards Pei Zi-yun with their swords. Their cooperation was flawless. Pei Zi-yun revealed a sinister smile and shouted, "Bind!" The surrounding people were stunned. Qinsheng Ichino had just stabbed out half a meter when he saw the flash of the saber, and the major's head flew into the air. He then swept to the left and right, and the two soldiers immediately separated. This movement of one retreating and one advancing was ingenious to the extreme. Qinsheng Ichino knew that something was wrong. The saber in his hand suddenly surged with strength, and the bindings were lifted. He then fiercely stabbed forward. But in the next moment, the flash of the saber turned, and a scream was heard. The force of the saber did not diminish, and pierced into Qinsheng Wenshu's heart. With a twist, the saber was pulled out. In that instant, blood splattered everywhere. Qinsheng Wenshu screamed in pain, and threw away his long saber. He clutched his heart with both hands, and wanted to say something, but no words came out. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this point, Qinsheng Ichino, who was seriously injured, used one hand to cover his wound. With an incredulous tone, he pointed at Pei Zi-yun and said, how would I know? How could you not feel the killing intent in your heart?" Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly as he raised his saber. Qinsheng Ichino looked at Pei Zi-yun's murderous expression and cried out, "Yamada Shinji, you cannot kill me! I am a retainer of the Jin River Shrine, and a member of the Hall of Gods. If you kill me, you will not be able to become the successor, and the Hall of Gods will find trouble with you. No, you cannot kill me." Pei Zi-yun's face was expressionless as he swung his saber down. A white light flashed, and before Qinsheng Ichino could finish his sentence, his neck was split open, and his head rolled on the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. At this point, the soldiers quickly regained their formation and reloaded their guns. The colonel's face was gloomy as he looked at Qinsheng Ichino and his son. He then turned to Pei Zi-yun and said, "Yamada Shinji, you are an outstanding warrior. I shall give you another chance. Submit to the Emperor." In the past, the gods could not interfere directly, which was why there were mistakes in history caused by humans. But with the arrival of the gods, the Tianjin god will change everything. The mistakes in history must be corrected. The colonel looked around and saw that out of 1,000 men, 300 had been killed in just a short while. At this rate, the entire army would be annihilated in a second time. Although they were prepared to die, they could not be sacrificed without accomplishing their mission. Hence, he tried his best to persuade Pei Zi-yun to not reveal his trump card. Moreover, such warriors were indeed very valuable. How can a god descend? Pei Zi-yun asked curiously. The gods of Japanese Shinto were generally not strong, but they could not descend so easily either. Yamada-kun, the first earthquake is coming. After the earthquake, the Kanzaki will descend, and all mistakes will be corrected. That's why you are relying on a new god that has been around for 300 years. Once you face the Kanzaki, you will be destroyed quickly, just like the autumn dew. You are an outstanding warrior, and it would be a pity for you to die like this. Yamada-kun, please abandon the darkness and join the light, and return to the orthodox path. The colonel said sincerely. However, Pei Zi-yun was unmoved. The colonel did not speak any further. He took a few steps back and shouted towards the sky, "Army sacrifice, 8 will lightning." As soon as he shouted, a red light flashed past. Half of the soldiers around him screamed in pain as they turned into blood. In the blink of an eye, the colonel's entire body was dyed red, and his body doubled in size. He had turned into a man of blood. Yamada-kun, you forced me to use this technique. Let's perish together. The colonel's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his long blade. A wave of bloodthirsty killing intent gushed out from him. Amidst the killing intent, a huge octopus appeared in the sky. Immediately, it attracted lightning from the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down. The lightning was extremely fast. Pei Zi-yun raised his wooden blade and slammed it down heavily. Boom! A white light exploded out. However, when the lightning struck down, all that could be seen was that the colonel's entire body was in tatters. However, Pei Zi-yun was not harmed at all. The colonel who had released the lightning froze in joy as he shouted, "Impossible! Impossible! Lightning hee!" The god of disappearance's bloodline had inherited the bloodline of Zeus. How could such lightning hurt him? At this point, the colonel had already gone mad. He roared, "Die!" The long blade in his hand slashed horizontally, and a strange sound could be heard. "Kill, kill!" The colonel's cries were heard, but it was useless. Fukamatsu Cookie could only watch as Pei Zi-yun decapitated the colonel with a single slash. The colonel's head fell to the ground, but he was still shouting, "If you kill me, you will die too. Rimi Guild, avenge me!" Without hesitation, Pei Zi-yun stepped on the colonel's head. There was a "pew" sound and the colonel's voice disappeared. Ah! Following the death of the colonel, the remaining hundreds of soldiers were affected as well. Their bodies stiffened, and their eyes dimmed. Although they did not die immediately, their movements slowed. "Let me send you all to ashes." Pei Zi-yun did not let these soldiers go. He slashed at them with his blade, and the entire place was filled with the sound of footsteps, as well as the sickening thuds. "This is an evil spirit." Fukamatsu Cookie, who was hiding in a corner, forced herself not to tremble. At the same time, she covered her mouth with her hands, afraid that she would make any noise and alert the evil spirit. After an unknown period of time, there were no more soldiers on the battlefield. Pei Zi-yun walked towards the shrine and entered. This evil spirit is finally gone. When Fukamatsu Cookie saw that Pei Zi-yun had left, she saw the corpses of the soldiers on the ground turning dark and disintegrating into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fukamatsu Cookie touched the corpses with her trembling hands, and realized that the corpses had really turned into ashes. There were only 2 corpses that were bleeding profusely. Fukamatsu Cookie dared to touch them, and when he saw that they were covered in blood, he exclaimed, Is this real?" Just as he suppressed his scream, the 2 corpses in front of him suddenly disappeared. Fukamatsu Cookie was frightened by this strange scene and hurriedly retreated a few steps. He turned around and fled, but after a few steps, he revealed a look of terror. His entire body stiffened and he turned around to run. Chapter 747. The shrine looked huge. Pei Zi-yun estimated that the interior of the shrine was about 300 square meters. It looks like this shrine, but it's 3 times bigger. The decorations were simple, and there were no windows either. It was dark, and the only source of light was the statue. The statue was 2 meters tall, and was placed in a wooden niche. Behind the statue was a wooden wall. There was a yellow cloth pasted on the wall, and it was slightly bigger than the statue. The floor was black, and there was a pile of ash on it. Due to the lack of light, it was hard to see clearly. The statue in front of Pei Ziyun was dressed in red. Its body was strange, and its expression was ferocious. Looking at the material, it seemed to be mahogany, but not all of it. Pei Ziyun couldn't tell. It was different from the clean and solemn statues that people worshipped in their homes. Perhaps the color didn't match, or it was too ferocious, but it gave off a sense of chaos. When Pei Ziyun entered the shrine, the statue opened its eyes, and they glowed red. "Warrior, you did well. You helped me kill the traitors." Pei Ziyun was not surprised by this scene and asked, "Who are the traitors? What do they mean by the Emperor of Meiji and the descent of the god of Tianjin? Don't believe their nonsense," the statue said, and spoke in a low, metallic voice. "Those traitors are all evil spirits, and all they say is nonsense. You know, ever since the 7th year of Chongbao, the great general raised his troops and conquered the world. The world was at peace, but there were evil spirits that harmed the living, slaughtered the villagers, and committed all sorts of evil. That's why we were ordered by the great general to suppress these evil spirits, protect the people, and bring prosperity to the world." The statue said slowly, "However, these evil spirits escape time and time again. During the reign of the great general, they rebelled and went on expeditions everywhere. That's why there are warriors like you to suppress them." Pei Ziyun started to understand. "But this time, I don't know why, but the evil spirits that were suppressed by me escaped, and started to commit evil again. They even tried to erode my authority. You helped me kill these traitors, very good." The face of the statue revealed a look of joy. "Really?" Pei Ziyun thought about what the statue had said, and combined it with history. He seemed to understand a little. According to history, in the 7th year of Chongbao, 1551, the great general of Xian Chuan raised his troop. At that time, the enemy was the Anong family. During the Kamakura period, the Anong family had been appointed by the shogunate to manage the Shishiai region. They were divided into the Anong family and the Hayama Anong family. After many years of operation, the Shinagawa Dai shogun defeated the Anong family in one fell swoop and repelled the Minami family, who took the opportunity to attack. After recuperating for 2 years, in the beginning of the 3rd year, they rose up and defeated the Nanbu family. After that, it became unstoppable. They swept up the Date family, and finally won the final battle against the famed family, Satake, and unified the Northeast. The Xian Chuan great general seized the Northeast and quickly used it as a foundation. He absorbed talents and perfected the Wu clan system. He also attacked the Guangdong region and occupied some territories. At that time, the Takeda family had just finished a joint battle with the Usuji family. Shaken, they joined forces with the Hojo family to fight against the Usuji family. The Imakawa family also provided support, and even the Nagao family, Usuji Kenshin, secretly supported them. The Xian Chuan great general had met his strongest opponents, the Takeda and Hojo families. Although the Takeda family had suffered great losses in the 5 battles on the island, they were not to be underestimated. Hence, he changed his target and attacked the Usuji family. He used the waterway to attack the so-called god of war, Usuji Kenshin, and conquered half of Ekigo. For the sake of the war, even if they were enemies of life and death, they would still join forces. The Takeda and Hojo families supported the Xian Chuan great general. Who would have thought that this was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? When the main army was deployed, the Xian Chuan clan would attack the Guangdong region, forcing the Takeda and Hojo armies to return and be ambushed and annihilated. In this battle, the Takeda and Hojo armies suffered great losses, and the Xian Chuan clan and Hojo families were defeated. In the next few years, the Takeda and Hojo families were annihilated. After that, the Xian Chuan great general was unstoppable. He easily destroyed the Oda family and Shanglua, and occupied more than half of the world. No one could resist him anymore. The remaining 4 countries and 9 states were conquered without any effort. Could it be that the original history was turning against them? Moreover, the 7 years of Chongbao was not 1551. Was there a sign that the world's history was changing? Pei Ziyun was puzzled. According to the description, the fall of the Qing Chuan great general was a great counterattack, but he was suppressed at that time? Pei Ziyun thought about it. Just as he was thinking about it, the statue urged him impatiently. It spoke in a low voice, "Samurai, come up quickly. I am one with you. Only then can we suppress the evil spirits and restore peace." The statue's words were very righteous. At the same time, spots of red light flashed on the ground and walls. Pei Ziyun seemed to have an urge to move forward. Actually, this was in accordance with the rules. Pei Ziyun had learned from the 3,000 sons of Sakami and the Jin Chuan shrine that in order to obtain the power to kill the evil spirits, Pei Ziyun had to kneel down and become one with the gods. Only then could he truly obtain the power to kill the evil spirit. When Pei Ziyun read the information, he had some doubts in his heart. Because of his personal experience, there were many people who were controlled by the evil spirit. However, those who were able to kill the evil spirits were few and far between. Becoming one with the gods, this statement made Pei Ziyun laugh. Pei Ziyun's strength came from himself, from the plum blossom, and from the system. If he wanted to become one with the gods, that would be impossible. Becoming one with the gods? Pei Ziyun could feel the statue's gaze on him and smiled. In this world, Pei Ziyun had yet to unleash his full strength. He had only just completed his path to becoming a legend, and had unlocked part of his strength. However, he believed that the god would be able to tell. "That's why it's so greedy. Devour me, no, even if you make me submit to you, you will be able to obtain a lot of my strength. This is a huge gift." But am I a huge gift? Although he had the urge to move forward, and the statue kept urging him, Pei Ziyun had no intention of doing so. On the contrary, Pei Ziyun's actions were out of the expectations of the statue. What a joke! Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he waved his wooden blade, making his stance clear. When the statue saw this, it was enraged. "You dare to defy the gods?" Along with this voice, the dark ground of the shrine began to glow red, and traces of blood also appeared on the walls. The entire statue seemed to have come to life. God? Are you worthy of being called a god?" Pei Ziyun laughed. According to Greek standards, he was at most a demigod. Furthermore, how much strength do you have left? As he said this, he pointed to the ashes on the floor. This is the final result of the Meiji army's soul. The ashes of the soul are all over the floor. You have experienced many fierce battles. How much strength do you have now? Pei Ziyun said as he picked up his wooden blade. "In 100 years, you are the first person who has dared to defy me." The voice of the statue reverberated in the shrine. It was extremely strange. The floor and walls turned blood red, and the air started to be filled with a bloody mist. The color of the statue changed rapidly, and the entire statue turned into a statue bathed in blood. "You are just a wild god, and you dare to be so arrogant? Even if I have unlocked less than 1/10 of my strength, I can still kill you." Pei Ziyun looked at it coldly. "Furthermore, you do not have a physical body. How can you kill me? Don't try to bluff and think that this statue can be used as a physical body." "Who said that I do not have a physical body?" The statue roared in a low, metallic voice. With a scream, a person fell into the shrine. This person was the reporter Shun and Yen Song. At this time, Shun and Yen Song were terrified. Their suits were tattered and covered in blood. Their hearts were filled with fear and terror. Now they really regretted it. Shin and Yen Song did not expect that they would follow Yamada Shinichi to such a strange place just to find out his secret. Shin and Yen Song no longer thought that this was the Back Mountain. With such a terrifying and strange environment, it could not be the Back Mountain. Especially after witnessing Yamada Shinichi's terrifying massacre and seeing the two corpses suddenly disappear in front of them, Shin and Yen Song almost peed their pants on the spot. They were almost scared to death. In an instant, the feeling of fear drove them to flee into the distance. They wished they could go home immediately and never come out again. However, what made Shin and Yen Song so frightened that they almost collapsed was that no matter how they fled, they eventually returned to the original place and walked towards the strange main hall. From afar, the main hall was dark red. It was gloomy, dark, and lifeless. It was filled with an ominous aura. Under such circumstances, Shin and Yen Song were naturally terrified and did not want to enter the main hall. However, the next thing they knew was that there was a bloody fog coming from nowhere. No matter how hard they tried, they could not avoid it. When the bloody fog entered the main hall, Fukamatsu Koki felt that he was losing control of his body. Step by step, he stumbled towards the strange main hall. When Fukamatsu Koki entered the main hall, he felt that he could control his body. His first reaction was to scream, "Ah, no." He then turned to Pei Ziyun and shouted, "Yamada-kun, save me!" At this point, the blood-red statue of the deity pounced forward and transformed into a ray of red light. It rushed into Fukamatsu Mitsuki's body, causing him to tremble and sway uncontrollably. A black fog appeared on his pained face, revealing more than 10 faces. There were old and young faces, but they all looked like warriors. Pei Ziyun, who was standing very close to the statue, could even see the struggling faces of Ishido Sito. "Don't rush, take your time. I will not disturb your fusion." Although this deity was only a low-level deity, he was still a deity. If he could not win, he could escape. Pei Ziyun, who had a physical body and had not fully unsealed, would not be able to catch up to him. This fusion was exactly what Pei Ziyun wanted. I felt that something was wrong, but I did not notice it immediately. "So it was you who controlled this person to follow you, and even shielded him. You must have thought of using his physical body. This can be considered as planning for a rainy day. However, although this person's body is strong, he does not practice martial art. Why don't you use the bodies of Sito and his son?" "Oh, I understand. They already have the mark of another deity. You can't take over their bodies." The deity statue did not reply. Instead, it sped up the process. One by one, the faces in the black fog fused together. Ishido Sito was not the first, nor was he the last. He let out a scream and finally turned into ashes. Evil spirit entanglement. I really don't know if it's an evil spirit or an evil god. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun shook his head. Some of the evil spirits that were mentioned before were real, and some were just the backlash of the deities they worshipped. Chapter 748. No! The weaker warrior's soul had already been devoured. What was left was the face of a middle-aged man who was tenaciously resisting. Ueno Shinosuk? Pei Ziyun looked at it and realized that it was the strongest warrior recorded in the Jinchuan Shrine, Ueno Shinosuk. Because of the inheritance ceremony, the Jinchuan Shrine had given Pei Ziyun a high level of authority. He could access most of the records. Pei Ziyun naturally would not waste this opportunity and read through everything he could. Among the documents, Pei Ziyun remembered that there were a few that recorded all the warriors of the Jinchuan Shrine since its establishment. In the Jinchuan Shrine, Ueno Shinosuk was ranked second. According to the records, Ueno Shinosuk was not only a warrior, he was also a famous swordsman. His most glorious achievement was killing 7 warriors from other shrines by himself. But after Ueno Shinosuk's death, the Jinchuan Shrine rarely produced such a person. The statue's face was cold as it looked straight into Pei Ziyun's eyes. Suddenly, it drew its blade. The moment the blade was drawn, it sped up and slashed downwards. It was as if there was a flash of lightning in the air. Pei Ziyun saw the cold light and knew that the tip of the blade was about to pierce his chest. This was a powerful strike. Whether it was speed, strength, or technique, the blade technique had reached an unimaginable level. Sword drawing technique? This strike is at the level of a master. In Pei Ziyun's senses, he could see everything clearly. He pointed his wooden blade forward and heard 3 ding-ding-ding sounds. Each strike landed on the side of the statue, and the sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. It was clear and melodious, and the statue's killing blow was deflected. Although the sword-drawing technique has its own way of doing things, it only combines the attack and the drawing of the blade. The creator of this technique, Goda Kensuk, was killed by an expert. His blade technique was weak, and his strength was weak. He came up with this technique for revenge. Although it is said that the weak can defeat the strong, it is actually a trick. As long as one is prepared, the technique itself is worthless. I have never heard of an expert dying from the sword-drawing technique. Pei Ziyun said plainly. The deity statue did not respond at all. Without any hesitation, it turned its wrist naturally, and the slanted blade turned. The cold light almost condensed into a crescent moon as it struck the main artery on the neck. It was extremely exquisite. Good. The shape of the clouds, the change of the wind. Perhaps there is nothing to think about. Seeing the blade techniques displayed by the statue, Pei Ziyun could not help but praise it in his heart. Indeed, all blade techniques are the same. To Pei Ziyun, the path of martial arts was a process of simplifying from complexity to simplicity. In the beginning, there were hundreds and thousands of techniques, but when he reached the level of a grandmaster, he would realize that all the sword techniques and blade techniques were compatible with each other. There was no such thing as a unique technique. The shape of clouds, the change of the wind, and the thoughtless mind were the highest attainments of the Shin family's 37 styles. It was impossible for the statue to know, but this blade seemed to have the same essence, which was proof. If it was miraculous, there was nothing to learn. There was nothing else to learn. Pei Ziyun leaned forward as the blade of the statue brushed past his neck. At this point, the tip of the blade lowered and slashed towards Pei Ziyun's shoulder. This saber fell like a waterfall. It was not fatal, but if one was hit by it, they would be injured, and if they were injured, they would naturally be weakened. The so-called killing with one strike was not just nonsense for grandmaster experts, they were also amateurs. The statue that had possessed deep Matsu Mitsuki became an elite warrior in an instant. Indeed, you give your strength, and you reap the rewards. The warriors of the past will become a part of you. Pei Ziyun saw this and understood. He was not angry at all. After joining an organization, one would be promoted by the organization. Naturally, one would die for the organization. The military was even more typical. Every organization was like this. The company was just a little more lenient and only took the money. However, the company did not give much. The actions of the deities were just and honorable. What was there to be angry about? To gain strength, to give up one's life. This was the law of the world. It's just that I have the physical body, the soul of the warriors of the past, and my blade techniques have reached the level of a grandmaster. This is far from enough. Pei Ziyun lowered his head slightly and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Not only did he avoid the blade, but he also rushed to the side of the statue. In an instant, every muscle on the statue's body was pierced through. The wooden blade flashed. There was no pattern to it, but it was just right. With a "piu" sound, a wound appeared on the shoulder of the statue. Blood splattered in the air, and it looked terrifying. Die. The statue did not advance, but instead retreated. The blade turned, and with this turn, it retracted its spine, shifted its center of gravity, and counterattacked. Returning swallow slash. This was the ultimate technique of blade technique. It used the strength of the back, tendons, and muscles, as well as the momentum, to execute the fastest slash. This technique was not created by the Makawa Shrine, but by the warriors of Gojo Ryoso. Although the name was ordinary, it showed the talent and understanding of the blade. This technique could cut down a flying swallow. Returning swallow slash. Almost at the same time, Pei Zi-yun did the exact same thing. A circular arc sliced through the air. It was based on the principles of nature, adapting to the situation, and reacting naturally to the enemy's movements. The two figures intersected, and Pei Zi-yun's face darkened. He saw that the statue had been sliced open, but it did not cut through his skin. Instead, the blade pierced through his flesh, leaving only a white mark. Fukamatsu Mitsuki, who had been possessed by the statue, was in an even worse state. Her chest had been sliced open, and fresh blood was spurting out. At this point, Fukamatsu Mitsuki seemed to have woken up. She could feel the wounds all over her body and endured the pain. She shouted at Pei Zi-yun, "Yamada-kun, save me. I'm just an ordinary reporter, and I came here by accident. Please, save me." As she spoke, Fukamatsu Mitsuki wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. Trying to trick me." Pei Zi-yun's wooden blade flashed, and the cold light pierced through Fukamatsu Mitsuki's forehead. There was a "piu" sound, and blood spurted out from the back of her head. The wooden blade had pierced through her head, and a large hole had appeared, with the tip of the blade sticking out from the back. How did I die?" Fukamatsu Mitsuki screamed in pain. If one listened closely, they would hear the screams. Her body trembled, and she fell to the ground, spitting out these words. Even in death, she could not believe that she had been killed. After killing Fukamatsu Mitsuki, the entire hall fell silent. Pei Zi-yun stared at the corpse and said, Why aren't you coming out?" The corpse did not move. "Idiot, a deity is a spiritual body. The corpse's death does not mean that the deity is dead. But what happened just now must have hurt you, right? This is a demon's blade, and it has the power to kill spiritual bodies. Furthermore, it has my own strength." As he spoke, the corpse still did not move. "Still not moving? Do you really think I'm tricking you? Then go to hell." Pei Zi-yun's wooden blade flashed, and a "piu" sound was heard as it pierced through the corpse. The corpse screamed in pain, and a puff of bloody smoke came out of the wound. This bloody smoke was very strange. It was white with a hint of blood, and had a hint of black qi. As soon as it came out, it floated towards the exit, trying to escape. However, Pei Zi-yun did not let his guard down. In a flash, he appeared in front of the smoke, blocking its path. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun was nearing, the blood smoke screamed out, "You cannot kill me! You cannot kill me! I am the foundation of this shrine. Kill me, and the Jin River Shrine will collapse." Too late. Pei Zi-yun slashed down with his blade, and the blood smoke was split into two. It let out a long cry, and with a loud bang, it was split into 4 parts. No. 3 of the blood smoke disappeared, and the last one was still with a ferocious face. It was unwillingly sucked in. When the blood smoke disappeared, the shrine shook violently. However, the tremors subsided quickly. Following which, the surroundings darkened for a moment before turning bright again. Pei Zi-yun looked around and saw that he was in a secret room. In front of him was a corridor made of stone. Pei Zi-yun took a step forward and saw that the end of the corridor was a flight of stairs. If he walked up, he would reach the main hall. The main hall was about 100 square meters, and was not as dark as the secret room. There was a faint light coming from it, and it was different from the previous hall. It was empty inside, and there were no statues. There was only a divine body, imperial spirit substitute, but it was just a symbol. Pei Zi-yun took a look, pushed the door open, and walked out of the main hall. "Ah, Yamada-kun, you're out?" It was a young man outside. His attitude and tone were respectful, and he had a puzzled expression on his face. Didn't they say that he would only come out in the wee hours? It was still midnight. Please wait a moment, and rest on the opposite side. I will call someone over. What do you think? The young man said as he led Pei Ziyun into a room. There was a huge window, and he could see the trees by the side of the path. The moonlight shone through the window, and he turned on the lights. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Please have some tea. The young man placed the black tea on the table and left. Before long, voices could be heard from outside, and lights were lit up. Soon after, his henchmen rushed over. With just one look, the two of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Ogasawara Hidebo and Kishiyama Atsushi greet Yamada-kun. Actually, according to the ancient customs, this was a little inappropriate, and not very respectful. However, this was a democratic society, and they could not be too harsh. Behind the two of them, the witches and samurai knelt down as well. They've recognized me so quickly. Is there a way to tell? Pei Ziyun thought as he lowered his head and asked. Yamada-kun, you must be joking. You've already received the blessing of the gods, and we can all feel it. Ogasawara Hidebo kowtowed and looked around. Someone handed him a bottle of wine, and he poured it for Pei Ziyun respectfully. Yamada-kun, I am the president of the Ishimaru Shrine. I will need your support in the future, and I hope you will take care of me. Yamada-kun. Kishiyama Atsushi took the wine and handed it to him. I'll be in charge of contacting the devotees of the shrine. Please instruct me. This was the rule. Pei Ziyun took the wine and drank it. He then asked, I've heard that Qinsheng's family is in charge of managing the shrine. Where are they now? The two of them looked at each other, feeling a little strange. Qinsheng was in charge of managing the shrine, and was in fact the leader of the three henchmen. He had the most resources in the shrine. He was here just now, so why wasn't he here yet? At this point, someone ran over in a panic and shouted, Not good, Mr. Qinsheng and his son are dead. Chapter 749. In a dark corner of the hall, 3 corpses lay on a greenish-black floor. One of the corpses had a complete body. His heart was soaked in blood, and a gory wound could be seen. Another corpse was badly mutilated. Not only had one hand been chopped off, but even the head had been separated from the body. Fresh blood stained the floor red, and it was a gruesome sight to behold. The last corpse was further away, with a gaping wound on the forehead and a hole in the back of the head. The people surrounding the corpses looked at the 2 corpses. His expression was solemn, and his lips were pursed. His eyes were focused, and he wore gloves as he examined the corpses, examining the condition of the corpses. After examining the wounds, Kikuyama Atsushi said, Yamada no Miya, look. There is only one wound on the body, and that is the heart. This means that the person who killed him was far more powerful than him. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the only wound. As for the other man, his condition is even more complicated. Judging from the wound, his hand was chopped off first, and then he was beheaded. Judging from the wounds, the person who killed him was the same person, and he was extremely powerful. As for this corpse, after examining the surveillance cameras, it was discovered that he had snuck in from the outside. He had a reporter's ID on him, and his name was Fukamatsu Mitsuki. There were 2 wounds on his body, but the fatal one was on his brain. The knife pierced through his forehead, and the back of his head exploded. His brain matter splattered everywhere. From this, we can tell that the person who killed him had a sharp knife. Kikuyama Atsushi said in a shocked tone, but he was still cold towards Fukamatsu Mitsuki. Kikuyama Atsushi reported the results of his examination. Ogasawara Hidebo bowed apologetically to Pei Ziyun and said, I'm sorry, Yamada no Miya, that you had to witness such an unfortunate event. Pei Ziyun did not speak, and only nodded slightly. The skinny Ogasawara Hidebo turned around and bowed slightly to Kawatake Takahiro and Nagai Nuanji, saying, I'm very sorry, sirs. I did not expect such a thing to happen during Yamada no Miya's succession ceremony. Please forgive me. Another prying into the shrine? Nagai Nuansi nodded in understanding. He was no longer wearing the windbreaker crow hat, hunting clothes, and so on. He was wearing normal clothes and looked like a slightly plump man. He was not tall, had very little hair, and was slightly bald. Overall, he looked like an ordinary office worker. However, Nagai Nuanji's background was very powerful. During the shogunate era, the Nagai family had a total of 23,000 stones. They were one of the feudal vassals. After entering a democratic society, the land had been commercialized, and the administrative and military powers had been abolished. However, the head of the Nagai family was almost hereditary. Although Nagai Nuanji didn't look outstanding, she was quite capable. She was good at networking and had connections with people from all walks of life. Her position in the shogunate wasn't low. Therefore, he had a lot of experience. Although there aren't many incidents like this, Kawatake Koshio and Nagai Nuansi have seen this a few times. This was because every time a shrine held an inheritance ceremony, there would always be some people with bad intentions or hostile forces to the shrine who would come to interfere. These people included both outsiders and insiders. Of course, the shrine would also keep a tight watch over the shrine. Although the chances of an accident happening were not high, it was still possible. Nagai Nuansi spoke in a mellow voice. "It's a pity, Mr. Qinsheng." Nagai Nuansi had interacted with the Makawa shrine before, and naturally knew Qinsheng. Although their relationship wasn't deep, it wasn't shallow either. Seeing this situation, Nagai Nuansi felt that it was a pity. Kawatake Koshio looked at Pei Ziyun and said solemnly, "Yamada no Miya, please don't worry. This matter won't affect you much. The Hall of Gods will handle it for you." Nagai Nuansi added, "Within 3 days, the official document to promote you to a nobleman will be issued." In a democratic society, noblemen were no longer like before. In the eyes of the people, noblemen were just a form of honor. However, in reality they still had a lot of influence. According to the system, the shogunate had the authority to promote noblemen. After saying these words, Nagai Nuansi and Kawatake Koshio bade farewell. Pei Ziyun brought a group of people to send them off respectfully. When they reached the torii, the Sakanuji bowed and took out 2 white envelopes. He lowered his head and presented them with both hands. "Yamada no Miya, Kawatake Koshio, the 2 of you have worked hard. Please accept this." This was a tribute. Although the white envelopes were thin, there were 2 checks inside. The Hall of Gods was 30 million yen, and the shogunate was 90 million yen. These tributes had been passed down from 400 years ago, and had never changed. The only difference was the amount. The Hall of Gods was a reward for their hard work. If the shogunate were to inherit the shrine, they would have to pay 30% of the shrine's profit. In a democratic society, the yearly profits were 3% of the total asset. 30% was 1%. Hence, they had to pay 90 million yen. This was the rule, and the 2 of them did not reject it. They accepted the checks and bowed. "Don't worry, Yamada no Miya. Leave everything to us." They boarded the car. Although Kawatake Koshio and Nagai Nuansi were in different cars, they both ordered at the same time, "Investigate the itinerary of Kozai Ichino and his son. Who did they meet? Who did they communicate with? Also, bring out their communication records." Fukamatsu Mitsuki, what's up with this reporter? Could it be that the media company she works in has been infiltrated and controlled? Investigate carefully. Every time something happens, we can find out the whereabouts of these wandering ghosts. As soon as the order was given, someone bowed deeply and said, "Understood." Seeing that Nagai Nuansi and Kawatake Koshio had left, Pei Ziyun exchanged some pleasantries with the 2 retainers before entering a private room. As soon as he entered the room, the witch bent down and handed him a pair of wooden clogs. She took a pair of socks and knelt down to help Pei Ziyun change his socks and wooden clogs. Someone then served him some sake before leaving the room. Sakako personally poured a cup of sake for Pei Ziyun and smiled. Yamada no Miya, although you've lost your virginity, you're only 13 years old. You can only drink 1 cup. She was dressed in a white and red witch costume with wide sleeves and embroidered patterns. A yellow rope was tied around her waist, and she wore white socks and wooden clogs. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked elegant and happy. Since you're free now, would you like to listen to the report on Jinchuan Shrine? She asked as she saw Pei Zi-yun take a sip of the sake. Now that Yamada no Miya had inherited the shrine, she had finally succeeded. Speak. Understood. Sakako did not need to look at the documents to introduce herself. Yamada no Miya, we're from Jinchuan Shrine. According to the ancient system, we're entitled to 600 stones. Now, the entire Mount Jinchuan belongs to the shrine. Sakako said proudly, even though Mount Jinchuan was only 80 meters above sea level. As for Jinchuan Shrine, it receives support from the surrounding districts. Just the donations from its devotees amount to 7 million stones per month. As for the enterprises, the main ones are Ishimarumoto Corporation and Kawamoto Corporation. There are also 7 other companies that own shares with a total value of 9.3 billion stones. The shares that you've inherited are worth 2 billion stones. 2 billion stones? No wonder they're fighting for it. This thought flashed across Pei Zi-yun's mind. As for the shares, that was normal. For a normal inheritance, especially a business inheritance, it was already considered good to have 20% of the shares. Of course, it was impossible to have the entire fortune of Jinchuan Shrine. This was something that only happened in novels. This was especially true for large financial groups. If a family could own 10% of the fortune, it would already be considered very powerful. To think that a large financial group would be the property of a single family. This was common sense. Sakako sat up straight and added, Yamada no Miya, although it wasn't made public, there's no doubt that Kodosher was a traitor. He and Kodosher interfered with the inheritance through a secret passageway. Nobody would object if they were killed. Pei Zi-yun nodded. This is how the Kodosher family will be dealt with. First, the Kodosher family will be stripped of their status as retainers. Half of the Kodosher family's assets, which are worth 1.3 billion stones, will be taken away. The remaining 650 million stones will be converted from shares to cash. Within 5 years, they will be removed from the entire Jinchuan Shrine system. Yamada no Miya, what do you think of this? If you're not satisfied, we can make adjustments. Very good. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head as he spoke. In a modern democratic society, it was impossible to be ruthless. Since they were already dead, they had to leave some leeway. If not, it would be troublesome. It could be said that the Kodosher family had been stripped of their status as retainers. Although they still had 600 million stones, they had lost their channels. This was a very serious punishment. Pei Zi-yun thought about it and threw a document to Sakako. Take a look. This is a 100 million stone worth of shares. You guys deal with it. Yes, I understand. Sakako took a closer look and realized that it was 0.5% of Tochiki Electrical Company's shares. She was not moved and nodded at Pei Zi-yun. Don't worry, Yamada no Miya. According to the rules, half of the shares belong to the shrine, and the other half to the family head. This is considered a blood payer, and there might be karma involved. We will use normal business methods to clear our name. Once we're done, we will transfer the shares to your family. Pei Zi-yun nodded. He agreed with this method. It was necessary. The power of evil spirits was real. If they didn't deal with it, it would affect their family. After saying this, Sakako lowered her head slightly. Oh yes, Yamada no Miya, I have to tell you about the problem of dealing with the reporter. The reporter who followed me, Fukamatsu Mitsuki, is dead. Although he broke into the shrine's secret realm, we still have to deal with it. If not, there might be bad rumors. Pei Zi-yun was about to speak when he heard a phone call. Sakako apologized and picked up the call. However, after listening for a while, her expression changed. She turned and said to Pei Ziyun seriously, "Yamada no Miya, bad news. The author Yoshiyuki Shijo actually committed suicide in protest." "What?" Pei Ziyun took out his phone and searched for it. He was slightly shocked. Yoshiyuki Shijo was a Japanese author. He was good at writing landscape. One of the books that made him famous was True Beauty. This book was written when he was young. It was also the work that made him famous. When it was published, it was well received. It was even nominated for the Desolate Wood Prize that year. However, it was a pity that it didn't win. His masterpiece was The Mountain Fairy. This book was the culmination of all his efforts. It had reached a very high level of appreciation for beauty and scenery. The Mountain Fairy did not disappoint Yoshiyuki Shijo. It successfully helped Yoshiyuki Shijo to be nominated for the Uka Prize that year. However, it still didn't win. Recently, Yoshiyuki Shijo wrote The Bloodstained Rose. It was also nominated for the Ogawa Prize, but it failed again. Yoshiyuki Shijo committed suicide. The key was that he left a suicide note before he committed suicide. In his note, he worked hard for 30 years but didn't receive any major awards. This time, a 13-year-old boy received 3 major awards in a row. Sakako was a little nervous as she spoke carefully. Her face was a little pale. That's why he was in despair. He felt that there was no meaning in living in this world. Such a life was even worse than a child. What was the point of living? Japanese authors were highly sensitive people. There were many who committed suicide. Now that the 3 major awards had gone to a 13-year-old boy, it was normal for him to feel despair and commit suicide. Pei Ziyun wasn't too surprised by this. Yamada no Miya, Yoshiyuki Shijo committed suicide because he was in despair. There wasn't much to question. However, the key is that public opinion has led to this questioning of the 3 major awards. This is very disadvantageous to us. Yamada no Miya, please take a look. The television station is reporting. Chapter 750. Pei Ziyun moved a little on the tatami. There was a big TV hanging on the opposite wall. With the remote control of Sakanu Senko, Tokyo TV was broadcasting the news. Tokyo TV was one of the 5 major radio stations in Japan. It had a large audience and impressive ratings. It was especially popular for its accurate news and cutting-edge fashion. At this moment, the interview reporter on the radio was broadcasting a scene. A group of people were filming the corpses and a few people. The whole screen was noisy and there were flashes. The police had arrested a few people. According to the report, these people were the ones who had made a mistake. Cutting the abdomen was a samurai suicide ritual. However, the process was too painful. Many times, the person who cut the abdomen would entrust a trusted person to perform the mistake. The mistake would behead the person who cut the abdomen, so that the person would die faster and avoid pain and torture. This was a very honorable thing. Generally, the person who cut the abdomen would find a close friend, family member, brother, or a person who was skilled in kendo to carry it out. The reporter introduced in front of the TV, according to the law, the person who cut the abdomen will be sentenced to 3 to 5 years for the crime of murder. The next scene was shown. This scene was on a bustling street. It looked like it was Ginza, Tokyo. Ginza was the most prosperous commercial street in Tokyo. Both sides of the avenue were lined with high-end shops and famous shops. The huge windows displayed the latest fashion for men and women, embroidered kimonos, gold and silver jewelry, high-end decorations, and exquisite works of art. It was the favorite shopping paradise of the Japanese. Because vehicles were not allowed to pass at fixed times, it was also known as the pedestrian's paradise. However, at this time, the scene was not showing the romance of shopping. There were people protesting, and from time to time, people could be seen angrily burning books. The camera zoomed in. It turned out that the books burned were Yamada Shinji's The Change of Fujin Gate, Who is the second man, Nocturnal Ghost, and Yamada Shinji's latest Ogawa Award, The Boat of Ziyuan. There were some voices coming from the TV. A middle-aged woman, who looked to be in her 40s, held a banner in her hand. The banner had the words, Liar Yamada Shinji written on it. At the same time, she kept shouting, This is the shame of Japanese literature. An old woman in black, with white hair, also held a banner in her hand. The words, Yamada Shinji, were written on it in bright red. At the same time, she was wiping her tears and crying in a hoarse voice, Yamada Shinji must be responsible for my husband's death. At the same time, someone in the crowd shouted, Yamada Shinji, there's an inside story. I'm not convinced. There's an inside story behind the 3 great rewards. The reporter in front of the parade said to the camera, The people are protesting now. I wonder what Mr. Yamada Shinichi thinks about this? Ishido family. This was a traditional Japanese-style house with a separate door and courtyard. It looked a little old, but the area was not bad. It was not far from the Yamada family. At that moment, Meiko Ishiwadari saw the news and immediately turned to look at Yako in the courtyard to see if she had heard the news. Kyozi was dressed in a set of training attire. She was swinging her saber over and over again, practicing the sword skills that Pei Ziyun had taught her. His forehead and hands were covered in sweat, and his training clothes were also soaked. Meiko Ishido asked Kawako, Kawako, didn't you see the news just now? Kwozi, who was practicing his swordsmanship, wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued to slash. He said to his mother, I saw it. What's wrong, mother? Meiko Ishido was a little worried and looked at her face. Kawako, don't you like Yamada-kun very much? Now that something like this has happened, aren't you going to comfort him? Kwozi continued to swing her bamboo sword, slashing, pushing, and returning. She was completely unaffected by Meiko Ishido's words. At the same time, she frowned and sniffed loudly. Mother, Oni-chan doesn't need to be comforted. Furthermore, Kwozi is the daughter of a martial artist. Kwozi has to work hard to protect Mother and Oni-chan. As she spoke, Kwozi started to practice even more seriously. Hayakawa family. Hayakawa's house was built by a single family as well. It was a 2-story wooden house, but it was relatively ordinary. Hayakawa Tezuko had no makeup on and wore a light blue apron. She was in the kitchen, preparing some vegetables. Hayakawa Naomi was sitting on the sofa, leisurely eating melon seeds and drinking tea. She was watching the news. Recently, her studies had been going smoothly, and she had always been one of the top students. Her status in the club was gradually rising, and she was recognized and needed by everyone. This kind of life was too comfortable for her, and she was very satisfied with it. But when Hayakawa Naomi saw Yamada Shinichi's news broadcast on Tokyo TV, her ruddy face turned pale, and her lips trembled. Even the cup in her hand that was about to drink tea fell to the ground with a "pa" sound, and the tea splashed all over the floor. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi couldn't care less about the tea and teacup fragments on the floor. Hayakawa Naomi immediately stood up from the sofa, picked up the phone, and was about to go out. Hayakawa Tezuko, who was in the kitchen, heard the sound of the teacup shattering. She walked out of the kitchen and asked, Naomi, what's wrong with you? How are you going to manage the house in the future? Most Japanese women don't work after marriage, and all the housework is done by the housewife, including 3 meals a day, cleaning the house, cleaning the yard, throwing away the garbage, watering the flowers, running the bath, washing the clothes, picking up the children, tutoring the children, and so on. They take care of the family's life in an orderly manner, and make the house comfortable, so the husband can put aside the troubles of the family and focus on his career and work. This is a very important practice for traditional Japanese women. That's why Hayakawa Tezuko said that. But when she walked out of the kitchen, she saw her daughter, Hayakawa Naomi, was about to go out. Hayakawa Tezuko stopped her. Naomi, what's wrong with you? Where are you going? Mom, I'm going to see the minister. Hayakawa Naomi didn't have time to answer. She immediately packed up her things and rushed out. But after a few steps, she turned back and took the lunchbox and ran out again. Fortunately, Hayakawa Naomi ran into the right tram when she arrived at the street. Hayakawa Naomi didn't hesitate and got on the tram. It wasn't rush hour, but there were no seats left. So, she stood on her tiptoes and grabbed the ring. She had actually grown taller, and it wasn't that easy before. Just as she was about to catch her breath, she heard someone talking on the tram. A pair of young people in matching outfits were chatting with each other. One of the girls was dressed in light white casual clothes. She had freckles on her face. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she exuded the vitality of youth. She was now saying to her boyfriend, Jinan, "What do you think of the Shijogong incident that's causing an uproar now?" Tachikawa Tezuko, who was 1.7 meters tall and wore black casual clothes, touched his head and said in a disdainful tone, "Shuri, do you still need to say it?" Shijo Miyazaki's death was due to losing hope and committing suicide. If it weren't for Yamada Shinichi winning 3 major awards at the age of 13, how could Shijo Miyazaki commit suicide? Shijo Miyazaki wrote in his last words that he lost the award because Yamada Shinichi won. He couldn't stand the blow and committed suicide. So, Yamada Shinichi must be responsible. He can't escape. His girlfriend, Shuri Yuchi, was dissatisfied. She frowned and said, "Although this has something to do with Yamada Shinichi, Shijo Miyazaki committed suicide because he couldn't bear it. Yamada Shinichi didn't force him to die." Moreover, the report said that Shijo Miyazaki himself had a gambling problem. Maybe he owed gambling debts and committed suicide. The so-called suicide note was just an excuse. Tachikawa Tezuko curled his lips and said, "No matter what, Shijo Miyazaki used his own death to protest against Yamada Shinichi receiving the Ogawa Award. Shouldn't Yamada Shinichi bear the responsibility?" Shuri Yuchi stood firmly on the side of Yamada Shinichi, who was relatively good-looking. The 3 major awards of Yamada-kun were approved by authoritative judges. They weren't bought. What responsibility does he have? As the two argued, Hayakawa Naomi listened. Her small hand held the ring tightly. She was silent and her face was pale. When she arrived at Yamada's house, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Several news vehicles were parked outside the courtyard. The media personnel carrying cameras focused the lens on the courtyard and took a series of photos. Among them were reporters from the Tokyo Daily News, Heian Daily News, and many other well-known media outlets. When Hayakawa Naomi noticed this, she hesitated for a moment before walking over. Indeed, a few people noticed her immediately. "Who are you? Are you Yamada-kun's classmate? Do you know about the Shijo Miyazaki incident? What do you think about it?" At this point, the door opened. It was Yamada Izumi. She was still talking on her phone. She shouted, "Naomi, why are you here? Come in." Although Yamada Izumi was prepared, her face was still pale. She hurriedly entered the house. At this point, the surrounding reporters swarmed in, wanting to interview her. The door slammed shut. The phone rang. Hayakawa Naomi took it out from her bag and answered, "Hello, is this the minister? I'm Naomi, are you alright? I'm at your house now." "Yes, I just arrived." "Are you not at home?" "Yes, I'm not at home now. I'm at the Minagawa Shrine in Chiba County." "Don't worry, I've already sent a lawyer over to warn them." Pei Ziyun's voice could be heard through the phone. "Because you and I are both minors, according to the law, the media has no right to interview us." As he spoke, a car drove over. A man alighted from the car and spoke to the reporters. The reporters took a few steps back, but they were still unwilling to give up and continued to take pictures. The man's attitude gradually became stricter, as though he had spoken harshly. Only then did the reporters disperse. Seeing this scene, Hayakawa Naomi felt more at ease. "Naomi, aren't you afraid that you're here?" Pei Ziyun seemed to know what was going to happen. "For safety's sake, it's better for you to stay away." Hayakawa Naomi opened her mouth and hesitated. She then mustered her courage and said, "I'm not afraid. I feel that Yamada-san did not do anything wrong. You cannot bear the responsibility for this. They are too evil. Furthermore, we are comrades. How can we betray each other? Is that so?" In the Managawa shrine, Peizi Yun paused in the middle of answering the phone. He then walked to the window and looked at the lush greenery outside. He then laughed. "I understand, Naomi. Take care of yourself. Trust me, I will solve this problem." After hanging up, Peizi Yun did not speak. He only mumbled, "Comrades?" After some time, he shouted, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes and enlarged rapidly, turning into an information interface. "Mission: you have been slandered. This will affect your legendary door. Please retaliate quickly and stabilize the legendary door." Incomplete. The legendary door relied on its literary reputation. This was not an insurmountable problem. In fact, after killing Akira Fukuchi, he could feel that a small part of it had become permanent. However, before it became permanent, it still had to rely on its literary reputation. Are the Tabaku faction trying to slander themselves because their plan has failed? Peizi Yun laughed, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 751. Milan Private High School. Classroom. After class at noon, a short student in a school uniform with a slightly tanned face sat in his seat. He turned on his phone, lowered his head, and played the news. His name was Ozaki Yasuo. He was a very ordinary student. He liked to chat with others and often ignored their feelings. Whenever there was a chance, he would pull a classmate over and ask questions. He was especially annoying. At this moment, Ozaki Yasuo looked at his phone. There was a news article with an exaggerated title, "Mystery Revealed. Author Yamada Shinobu's family found 3 major awards." Ozaki Yasuo opened it curiously and saw a photo. He immediately recognized that it was his classmate, Hayakawa Naomi. Ozaki Yasuo was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. He was not mistaken. This person was Hayakawa Naomi. Ozaki Yasuo shouted, "Wow, big news! Big news, hurry up and look at it." Ozaki Yasuo's exaggerated voice and eye-catching movements attracted the attention of the students in the class. The class monitor, Notaka Kuniakai, was a cheerful young man. He wore a pair of glasses and had a high nose bridge. His seat was the closest. He came over immediately and frowned. "Ozaki, why are you shouting?" As he spoke, he lowered his head to look at the news. He was shocked when he saw it. What was the hottest topic during this period of time? Everyone knew it. It was the big incident regarding Yamada Shinichi. Yamada Shinobu won the Ogawa Prize and 3 consecutive championships in one fell swoop. It was really unbelievable. Although there were rumors that Yamada Shinobu was from the school, no one believed it when they heard the news. Now that they realized that one of their classmates knew Yamada Shinobu, they immediately looked at each other. The surrounding students also let out exaggerated screams. The burly Kumamoto Shoji let out a boorish roar and howled, "Wow, as expected of Naomi, she's so powerful." The tall and slender Kumamoto Masami covered her face with her hands. She had a look of disbelief on her face. She asked in a slightly shrill voice, "Huh? Naomi? Where is she? Is Yamada Shinobu really from our school? I heard that he's the leader of the National Domination Club. Is Naomi in the club now?" National Domination Club. Hayakawa Naomi listened to the discussion of the club members. Last issue, our magazine was very well received. This time, we need to make an overall design of the magazine, add some information, and correct the choice of fonts and the position of the illustrations. Murata Saikairo said seriously and took out the sample to circulate. As for the paper, I think that even though the society is rich, we still need to control our budget. This paper is pretty good. Everyone, take a look, Yuta said. Everyone listened carefully, and the meeting ended surprisingly quickly. It only took half an hour. It was noon and everyone took out their food. Most of them were rice balls, and Yuta looked expectantly at Hayakawa Naomi. As expected, she opened her lunchbox. Many girls in the class used very small lunchboxes, and the amount of food was not even enough for dessert. This was to help them lose weight and stay slim. Only Naomi's lunchbox was very large, and it was always filled with a variety of dishes. Sigh. Every time Naomi opens a lunchbox, I feel like my life has meaning, Yuta Toyama said. Hearing this, Hayakawa Naomi showed a happy expression. She looked around and asked, "By the way, where did the minister go?" "He went to the student union. I heard that a guest came to visit." Student union Pei Ziyun successfully arrived at the office and knocked on the door. After receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. As expected, he saw Harada Seiko. She was wearing a student uniform, and the only thing special about her was her hair ornament, which made her look pure and innocent. "President, you were looking for me?" Harada Seiko looked at the watch on her wrist and said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, it's not too much for me to call you that, right?" Pei Ziyun smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'm just a student." Harada Seiko then continued, "Yamada-kun, I'm really envious of you. You're now a famous person. To be honest, you're really amazing. Your current achievements are really hard to imagine. I hope that I can catch up to even half of Yamada-kun's achievements. That would make me very happy." Harada Seiko's eyes revealed a look of longing. Pei Ziyun lowered his head and bowed. "You're too kind." Harada Seiko then continued, Let's get down to business. Recently, the student union has received a sum of money, and it has appointed you as the leader of the student union. However, the person who sent the money wants to meet you. What do you think?" Pei Ziyun thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, no problem. However, you haven't had lunch yet, right?" Harada Seiko stood up. "No problem. I'll eat after I'm done." Pei Ziyun was speechless. Objectively speaking, Harada Seiko was an elegant and beautiful young lady. However, Pei Ziyun felt that Harada Seiko was slightly obsessive and a workaholic. She had to pay attention to every detail, and work had to be done before anything else could be considered. A very suitable member of society. However, you're a young mistress. The Harada family couldn't be considered a chaebol. The threshold for becoming a chaebol was not that low, but they were still a family that owned a lot of land and assets. However, they had considerable influence in Sakai City. Harada Seiko didn't know what Pei Ziyun was thinking. When he arrived at the door, he grabbed the doorknob and turned around. In the living room, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa. This man had a square face and was dressed in a dark black suit. His shirt was buttoned up neatly, and his tie was carefully tied. He looked very decent. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This is Yamada Shinichi." Harada Seiko bowed slightly and said to Pei Ziyun, "This is Mr. Nakamiya Toshiya. He's our schoolmate and also the person who sponsored your club this time." Pei Ziyun was slightly surprised and hurriedly bowed. "Hello, I'm Yamada Shinichi. Please take care of me. I'm Nakamiya Toshiya, the head of the investment department of the Hashimoto Group." Seeing Harada Seiko leading Pei Ziyun in, Nakamiya Toshiya quickly got up and bowed to Pei Ziyun, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yamada." Harada Seiko bowed again, and went to the cubicle to boil tea. The room was empty, and Nakamiya Toshiya didn't sit down. His attitude was even more humble as he said to Pei Ziyun, "Congratulations to Yamada for winning the Ogawa Prize. Moreover, it's an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships in Japanese history. How admirable!" Pei Ziyun smiled and said, "You're too polite. It was just a moment of luck." Nakamiya Toshiya didn't hesitate and directly stated the purpose of his visit. "Yamada, I won't hide it from you. Under the Hashimoto Group, there's Nichiwa Publishing House, which has always been in cooperation with our school. Now that our school has an alumnus like Yamada, Of course we wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. This time, I'm here to obtain your new work. We can agree on the terms. What do you think? Pei Ziyun didn't think too much about it and immediately replied, I'm very sorry. I previously had an agreement with Whitestone Academy Publishing House. Whitestone Academy Publishing House treated me very well, so it's not convenient for me to break the agreement. At this time, Harada Seiko came out and poured tea for the two of them. Seeing that Pei Ziyun didn't agree, he was a little surprised. After all, Nichua Publishing House was a large publishing house and ranked above Whitestone Academy Publishing House. However, Japanese people emphasized loyalty. Harada Seiko thought of the reason Pei Ziyun had mentioned and felt that it was reasonable to reject him. Japanese people who casually change jobs would be looked down upon and might not even be able to find a good job. Authors were relatively better, but their loyalty was still commendable. Harada Seiko did not continue listening to the rest of the conversation. After pouring the tea, he bowed and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. After Harada Seiko left, Nakamiya Satoshi smiled and said, That's a pity. However, we truly admire a master of literature like you. Have you read Ogasawara Junichi's works? I feel that the two of you are somewhat similar, except that you are more relaxed. To put it bluntly, I personally feel that your works are more moderate and peaceful, with a hidden sense of kingship. On the other hand, Ogasawara Junichi's writing style is cold, cruel, and somewhat repressed. It even carries a strange aura. You're too kind. How could I dare to call myself a master of literature? It's even harder for me to compare myself to Mr. Ogasawara. However, when it comes to writing style, I do have some opinions. Mr. Ogasawara's life has been very rough. It can be said that his path has been filled with blood and tears. Before his first article was published, the author owed 3 months' worth of food and lodging, and he was practically sleeping on the street. His painful life has given Mr. Ogasawara insight into life. I have to say, some philosophies have seeped out from his writings. This is the author's talent and philosophies. It has formed a unique world, giving readers a unique reading experience. Pei Ziyun smiled and said half jokingly and half seriously, however, I feel that this is the choice of society. Nakamiya Satoshi was also here on orders. Their conversation was just a social interaction, and there was nothing special about it. When he heard this, he was stunned. What do you mean? At the end of the day, the work is for the readers to read and to resonate with them. It's not considered slander. In Japanese society, people are under a lot of pressure. Everyone feels powerless in society. Pei Ziyun said, Mr. Ogasawara's writing style is cold and cruel. Not only does it reflect his life experience, it also resonates with the readers. This is also Mr. Ogasawara's success. If it were another market, he would not have been as successful. Pei Ziyun did not want to dwell on this topic, and changed the topic. You didn't come here just to discuss this with me, right? Nakamiya Satoshi was stunned as well. He coughed dryly and regained his senses. He sat up straight and bowed. Yes, to tell you the truth, I am actually from the shogunate. You know the current state of public opinion. Under such circumstances we can protect you. If Yamada Temple is interested in us, I can personally introduce you to the higher-ups. Nakamiya Satoshi said with anticipation. Pei Ziyun paused and lowered his head. I'm only 13 years old, and I'm still in high school. How about this, such a big matter, let me think about it. Seeing Pei Ziyun's unmoved expression, Nakamiya Satoshi was a little disappointed. He stood up and took out a name card from his robes and handed it to Pei Ziyun with both hands. At the same time, he said sincerely, Yamada Temple, please reconsider. The people who are against the shogunate will not let this matter rest. Chapter 752. The Yamada family at dusk, the sky was dyed red. Pei Ziyun went home and said, I'm back. He changed his shoes and put them into the shoe polisher. Yamada Izumi heard his voice and came out with a smile. "Welcome home, Shinichi." Pei-Zi-Yun nodded slightly and entered the living room. Nanako Yamada was watching cartoons in the living room. When she saw Pei-Zi-Yun coming in, she directly rushed to him and wrapped her snow lotus hands around his neck. "Anasan, Nanako's snacks are finished. Is Nanako serious in school?" Pei-Zi-Yun asked. Japan had a 6-3-3-4 educational system. Primary school was 6 years and junior high school was 3 years. This was compulsory education. High school was 3 years and university was 4 years. All children over the age of 6 had to go to primary school. Now Nanako was in primary school. "Yes, Nanako is very serious." Teacher praised her. Yamada Nanako nodded like a chick pecking rice. Her face was full of expectation. "That's fine. Anasan will buy it for you." "No." Yamada Izumi heard it and straightened her face. "Last time you bought her Tachibana chocolates, 1,500 yuan a box, and you bought 5 boxes at once." Yamada Izumi pointed to the dustbin with her right index finger. "It's good that you spoil Nanako. But you can't allow her to be spoiled. The Yamada family can't raise such a daughter. Not to mention she's only 7 years old now. Even if she goes to junior high school, her pocket money can't be more than 10,000 yuan a month." Yamada Izumi didn't intend to spoil her daughter. She showed her authority and gestured to her. "Nanako, come here." Yamada Nanako was still afraid of her mother. She shrank back, feeling wronged. "I'll buy you milk muffins tomorrow," Pei-Zi-Yun said in a low voice. He didn't think it was spoiling. What's the big deal about a little kid? Of course, he also knew that in a Japanese family, women were usually stay-at-home wives. Even men were social animals. If women with lower status were arrogant, they might not be able to marry or have a happy marriage. So it wouldn't be too much. Pei-Zi-Yun said indifferently, "Mom, I'll go back to my room. I have something to do." "Of course, Shinichi. I'll call you during dinner." "Thank you for your hard work, Mom, but I have something to do." "You can keep it." Pei-Zi-Yun walked up the stairs. The rooms in Japan were generally small. Apartments were usually only 45 square meters, and a single room was only 10 square meters. Even if it was a house, a single room would be within 15 square meters. Pei-Zi-Yun walked to the computer and turned it on. He sat in front of the table, but did not start working immediately. He was deep in thought. "Quest, you have been slandered. This will affect your Legends Gate. Please retaliate quickly and stabilize the Legends Gate, incomplete." Legends Door relied on their literary reputation. They weren't stingy with killing, but their main priority right now was to stabilize their literary reputation. Moreover, it would take time to find the person who slandered them. The so-called cold storage is actually controlling the channels and killing the opportunity to contact the readers and the audience. It's the same for movie stars and singers. I have a publishing channel. No matter how you slander me, words will speak for themselves. Pei-Zi-Yun thought to himself as he mumbled to himself, "Why don't I make some big news?" Thinking up to this point, Pei-Zi-Yun's gaze then shifted to the stack of history books on the table. He then laughed. "Well then, shall I take a look as well?" Pei-Zi-Yun thought of the works that he knew of. The Samurai series, where a small character sees the history of the world. There are many works like this. I'll still say the same thing. I'll choose books with similar styles. If the history of Japan is about the rise and fall of the samurai, I believe it would be very interesting. I wonder what would happen if the Tabaku saw it. After confirming the contents of the book, Pei-Zi-Yun had an idea: the 7 Samurai. There were a total of 7 volumes, and all of them were about the Himura family and the story of the Heavenly Sword School. In the first volume, a young man was taught sword techniques by the Heavenly Sword School and was given the surname Himura. The first leader joined the Oda family and followed Oda Nobunaga to war. He defeated Imagawa Yoshimoto in the Battle of Nangoma and took over Saito Michizo's Mino country. The last general of the Muromachi shogunate, Ashikaga Yoshiaki, took advantage of the situation to attack Luo and died in battle at Hanoji. The first leader's son became Kinoshita Tenjikiro's servant at a young age. After the first leader's death, he inherited the Heavenly Sword School and accompanied Kinoshita Tenjikiro all the way to Nobunaga's position. After the incident at Hanoji, he became Oda Nobunaga's successor. However, due to Toyotomi Hideji's involvement, he was forced to follow the Tokugawa Ieyasu. The third leader sided with Tokugawa Ieyasu and witnessed Tokugawa Ieyasu's forbearance. After Toyotomi Hideji's death, Tokugawa Ieyasu slowly destroyed the Toyotomi family and established the Tokugawa shogunate. Out of the many generations of the Himura family, only the third leader truly mastered the Heavenly Sword School. Under the name Hinata Himura, he joined the Shinsengumi group that supported the shogunate and fought against the Tobaku army. Along the way, he met many people who supported the Tobaku and thought about the country's backwardness. In the end, after the Tobaku's victory, the Meiji government was established and the Shinsengumi group was liquidated. In order to protect the family, Hinata Himura was killed by his younger brother. The fifth leader, who held onto the head of Hinata Himura, became a member of the Meiji government. In this volume, it described the changes and downfall of the samurai in modern times. The samurai spirit was passed down, but the samurai themselves were getting weaker and weaker. The sixth leader invaded the mainland. At the beginning, Japan's attack was very successful, causing the country to retreat. However, no one expected that the people of that country would be so tenacious, causing Japan to sink into the quagmire of war. When the sixth leader heard that the emperor had surrendered, he refused to accept the attack and was killed. The seventh leader encountered a nuclear weapon and lived in agony for 3 months. All he saw was the iron heel of the United States dominating Japan. As Pei Zi-yun thought about this, he placed both his hands on the keyboard and typed the title of The Seven Samurai. He then typed the subtitle, The Scroll of Wind and Thunder. As he thought about this, Pei Zi-yun no longer hesitated and started typing. Birds soar high in the clear blue sky, and you can see the eaves of Koya City. To its right is the Aragami Forest, and to its left is the Hakioji Forest. Connecting the forest is a street with only a few houses. In the beginning, his typing was still very slow, but as his handwriting became faster and faster, he unsealed his divine power and became one with his heart and hands. He could already type 600 words per minute, and with a series of clicking sounds, the continuous paragraphs fell down. By the time Pei Zi-yun finished writing, 7 days had passed. He stared at the computer screen to check if there were any typos. He then moved the cursor on the screen and clicked on Send. He then stretched his arms and said, "Ah, it's finally settled. It's not easy to be a plagiarist." Hakuseki Academy. Everyone lowered their heads and worked. Nagano Narumi was wearing a professional short skirt. She had her head buried in all sorts of information. She took a sip of tea and stretched her body. Suddenly, she heard a ding-dang sound. She saw that she had received an email on her computer. Who is it? This account was only available to special authors. Ordinary authors would be transferred to a new editor. Nagano Narumi was looking forward to it. She first checked the name and saw that it was Yamada Shinichi. She was delighted. She clicked on the email. She looked down and saw that there were 7 attachments. Is it 7 chapters? However, when she clicked on an attachment and saw the number of words, Nagano Narumi couldn't help but scream. Then, her reason came into play and she covered her mouth tightly with her hand. Nagano, what's wrong? Even if she immediately covered her mouth, there was still a senior who questioned her unhappily. Nagano Narumi rose with the success of Yamada Shinichi. It was not that there were no people who were envious and jealous. I'm sorry. Nagano Narumi didn't defend herself. She bowed and apologized again and again. Because she just screamed, it didn't affect the other members' work. This matter passed just like that. Nagano Narumi calmed down. Her left hand trembled a little. She opened the attachments one by one and looked at the number of words. She opened one and looked at it carefully. It seems that the style of writing has changed a little, but the level is still first class. No, it's super first class. This is not just to make up the number. Nagano Narumi took a deep breath, copied it, and got up to go to the editor-in-chief's office. Since Peizun received the reward from Ogawa, Baishur Academy established a rule. In the future, all manuscripts submitted by Yamada Shinichi, after Nagano Narumi confirmed receipt, must be quickly handed over to the editor-in-chief. Although Nagano Narumi tried hard to restrain herself, she still hurried a few steps to the editor-in-chief's office. She took a few deep breaths to calm her mood and bowed to the editor-in-chief, who was reviewing the manuscripts. Editor-in-chief, Mr. Yamada Shinichi, the manuscript has been published. Oh, is there a new book? The editor-in-chief put down the manuscript, took the teacup, and asked, "How many manuscripts?" 3,000 original manuscripts, 2 million words. Pfft. The editor-in-chief, who was sipping tea, spat it out when he heard this. Although he covered it with his hand in time, the tea still splashed on his hand and on the table. What did you say? The editor-in-chief stood up, ignoring the splashing tea, and asked tongue-tied. At this time, to be honest, the editor-in-chief was a little suspicious that Yamada Shinichi's book was a collective creation, because the speed of Yamada Shinichi's book was too fast. How long had it been since Peizun received Xiao Chuan's reward, and he had already published another one? 2 million words? The speed was too terrifying. Forget it, let me take a closer look. Although this was what he thought, the editor-in-chief still took the flash drive, plugged it into the computer, and continued reading. With one look, he was fascinated. He only felt that the voices of people were getting fewer and fewer. When his neck was sore, the editor-in-chief looked up in a daze. He stretched his muscles and suddenly realized that it was already late at night. There was no one in the entire publishing house. Only a dim light was lit not far away. This is really the work of a master. I haven't been so engrossed in reading for a long time. I've forgotten to eat and sleep. The editor-in-chief looked at the manuscript and realized that he had not finished reading. He had only read 3 volumes. In the past, because of work, the editor-in-chief had worked overtime alone in the publishing house, but this was the first time he had been so engrossed in reading that he had wasted so much time. The editor-in-chief stood up and was about to go to the toilet, but his stomach made a goo-goo sound. Only then did the editor-in-chief feel hungry. He hurriedly made a cup of coffee, took out 2 pieces of sushi from the fridge, and wolfed them down. After the editor-in-chief finished eating, he immediately thought of something. He took out his phone and made a call. Although no one saw him, he still stood up straight. Because the Banto Group had already invested in Baishur Academy, they were now the biggest shareholder of Baishur Academy. The call went through. After a respectful greeting, the editor-in-chief immediately reported, "Lord Muki, yes, Mr. Yamada has published a new work. Mr. Yamada is describing a brand new history. At first, I thought there were some problems, but as I read, I was shocked. Under Mr. Yamada's pen, and from the perspective of the Himura family, it seems that there really is such a history. There really are so many heroes who lived in that world, and all of them are shown one by one. Mr. Yamada is worthy of being the recipient of 3 consecutive great prizes. The strength of his pen is incredible. Lord Muki, this must be a masterpiece that will be famous throughout Japan." Chapter 753. Xiaomu Apartments. This apartment had 5 floors and a total of 49 households. There was a small park nearby and convenient transportation. However, it had been built for 40 years and was only 20 to 30 square meters. The price was relatively cheap and suitable for some young, low-income, ordinary families and single people. The early summer sun shone through the leaves and scattered down. A gust of wind blew away the heat in the air. The delivery man in blue uniform, Sagawa Takaki, was very annoyed. What bad luck! Should I go to the shrine during the holidays to change my luck? Bastard, even if I'm going to die, I can choose to take the medicine. Why bother everyone? Sagawa Takaki murmured. His income was quite good, 500,000 yen per month, while a reporter's salary was 650,000 yen. Japanese university professors' monthly salary was only 950,000 yen. There was a reason why Japan was known as the country with the most equal distribution of wealth in the world. Of course, capitalists were not included. There was a major interpersonal principle in Japanese society, which was not to cause trouble for others. However, an hour and a half ago, at the Mucho station, which was a must-pass route, a man suddenly jumped up when he saw a car coming. A black briefcase stood quietly on the ground, seemingly waiting for its owner to pick it up again. However, the owner died on the spot. This incident affected the journey of 30,000 people, and Sagawa Takaki was one of them. There were many ways to commit suicide. If one really wanted to die, jumping off a building might have some effect. Others, such as taking poison, burning charcoal, or cutting one's wrist, would be suicide. However, jumping off the rails would undoubtedly cause trouble for others, big trouble. This might be the last resistance and cry of life, but the person involved, Sagawa Takaki, could not understand. This has already delayed 30,000 people for an hour. It's not just me. Sagawa Takaki touched the sweat on his forehead and took the package up the stairs. In the modern apartment, one could just send it to the access control cabinet, but in this apartment one had to knock on the door. Sagawa Takaki looked at the information on the package and looked at the room number to see if it was the room he was looking for. During this period of time, Sagawa Takaki was very busy. He had been working as a delivery boy for 5 years, but this was the first time he felt tired. In the past, because it was the peak season, although he was also very busy, he was not as tired as he was now. In fact, Sagawa Takaki, who was only 30 years old, could still be considered young. The reason for this was the sudden increase in the workload recently. Sagawa Takaki and his colleague, Saitani Naoto, had discussed this issue privately a few days ago. They found that the reason for the huge increase in the workload was that the proportion of books in their inventory had increased significantly. Especially recently, there were a lot of books in the Seven Samurai series by Yamada Shinji. I didn't expect Yamada Shinichi to succeed like this. Sagawa Takaki couldn't help but sigh. He clenched his fist and encouraged himself. You can do it! As long as you work hard, you can also succeed. When Sagawa Takaki looked at the room number again, he realized it was Unit 703. That's right, this is the address. He went to the door and pressed the doorbell. The doorbell rang, and Takashi Ono, who was dressed in casual clothes, opened the door. He had a shaved head, a gentle face, and looked very ordinary. He took the package with one hand and signed it like an ordinary person. At the same time, he said apologetically, "It's such a hot day, but I still made you rush over. Thank you very much." Sagawa Takaki smiled and bowed his head. "Ah, it's nothing. This is my job. You flatter me." However, this also closed the distance between them. Sagawa Takaki glanced at the package in Takashi Ono's hand and casually said, "Ah, you also read Mr. Yamada's books? Mr. Yamada's books are really popular recently." "Yes, I'm also a writer." When Takashi Ono heard this, he shook his head slightly and said bitterly, "It's just that I'm still working hard." He behaved like thousands of struggling ordinary writers. "I see. You can do it too." Sagawa Takaki said to Takashi Ono with some sympathy and turned to leave. He didn't have any suspicions. In this kind of apartment there were naturally people under pressure to survive, and the down-and-out writer was one of them. When he reached the house, Takashi Ono, who was originally smiling, opened the package expressionlessly. There were 2 books inside. When he opened it, he saw that they were 7 Samurai of Wind and Thunder and 7 Samurai of Fire and Light. Takashi Ono looked at the 2 exquisitely packaged books and touched the cover with his hand. He slowly said to himself, "Humph, you want to use books to quell doubts? Yamada Shinji, I actually recognize your strength, but the public's aesthetic is weak. As long as there is slander, even if it's a famous work, it will lead to doubts. Not to mention that you've published so many books in such a short period of time." Thinking of this, Takashi Ono smiled and turned on the light, making the room brighter. The house wasn't big and could even be said to be narrow. The whole house was only 20 square meters. Other than the basic necessities, there was a bookcase, a few maps, and a phone. And this narrow space was the place where Takashi Ono had lived for many years. Takashi Ono stepped forward and stood in front of the window. He opened the window and let the wind blow in. He looked into the distance, stretched out his arms, took a deep breath, and murmured, "Although the Empire gathered all its power to resurrect me here, I can only live in this humble house now. It's just that these days are coming to an end. As long as there is an earthquake, Kanzaki will come, and I can live under the light of day." After venting his emotions, Takashi Ono sat down and flipped through the book. But after reading for only 5 minutes, he suddenly stood up and said, "What? The samurai of Oda Nobunaga's family?" Although this Himura family is completely fictional, the history and the people of the Oda family are all real. How could anyone here know about this? Takashi Ono felt incredulous. He quickly flipped through the book, swept through the pages quickly, and smashed the book hard on the ground. With a bang, the book was deformed, and he shouted, "Baka Yaru!" After panting for a while, Takashi Ono flipped through the second book. This time, although he was mentally prepared and didn't throw the book on the ground again, he was shocked and clenched the book tightly in his hand. This book introduced Toyotomi Hideyoshi. The 2 samurai in these 2 books were middle and low-level samurai. They had witnessed the glory of both of them. History had not changed, so it was normal for there to be some differences. After flipping through the second book, Takashi Ono's face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, "Impossible! This is impossible! Why does Yamada Shinichi know about our history?" Takashi Ono shouted and tore the second book into 2 halves. He stood up and kept pacing in the small room, frantically turning around and kept muttering, "How could someone really know about our history? Could it be that Yamada Shinichi is also one of us? No, it can't be. Everyone who arrives can sense each other. Yamada Shinichi is not one of us." After a while, Takashi Ono gradually calmed down. He picked up the torn book on the ground again and carefully read it again. After a long time, Takashi Ono made a phone call with a livid face. He said in a stiff tone, "Is there a second volume of Yamada Shinichi's 7 Samurai?" "Hi sir, there is. There are 7 volumes of 7 Samurai, but only 2 volumes have been published so far." On the other side of the phone, Masahiro Onimura wiped the sweat from his forehead due to nervousness and said in a low voice. Masahiro Onimura was Takashi Ono's contact. In his impression, Takashi Ono had always been kind and calm. But now, for some reason, he seemed to be suppressing a great deal of anger and nervousness. "What? There are 7 volumes, and there are still 5 unpublished volumes? Why didn't you send me all 7 samurai? Now, immediately, send the manuscript to me." Takashi Ono roared loudly. Takashi Ono's hand that was holding the phone trembled a few times when he heard the roar, but he still hurriedly replied, "Yes, I understand. I will immediately ask someone from Baishur Academy to send the manuscript to you." Takashi Ono hung up and then made another phone call. Takashi Ono, I have a task for you now. On the other side of the phone, Takashi Ono, who was sitting in a room with his eyes closed, took the phone and said in a strange voice, "Hi sir, please give me your orders." The voice that Takashi Ono made was very strange. It sounded like the sharp sound of two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. However, Takashi Ono did not feel uncomfortable at all and continued to say, "Now, at all costs, continue to create public opinion to discredit Yamada Shinichi. At the same time, send someone to the Yamada family's house to demonstrate." Takashi Ono was one of Takashi Ono's generals, and he was previously responsible for the actions related to the negative public opinion of Yamada Shinichi. The death of the author and the demonstration all had Takashi Ono's shadow behind them. Also, remove Yamada Shinichi's 7 Samurai from the shelves. This book cannot continue to circulate, Takashi Ono said coldly, his face livid. "Sir, I'm afraid that's impossible. According to our investigation, Yamada Shinichi's 7 Samurai has a very deep background," Takashi Ono said slowly. "Not only does it have the support of the Makawa Shrine, but it also has the strong support of the Banto Financial Group. There is insider news that the Banto Financial Group wants to pay a large sum of money to buy the copyright of Yamada Shinichi's 7 Samurai. And most importantly, it has also entered the eyes of the shogunate." Takashi Ono said solemnly to Takashi Ono, "According to our intelligence personnel, Yamada Shinichi's 7 Samurai had received the attention of the shogunate before it was published. The shogunate had sent people to discuss in detail with Yamada Shinichi, wanting to buy the copyright of Yamada Shinichi's book, but Yamada Shinichi refused. Even so, the shogunate did not give up and continued to pay attention. If we make a move, the shogunate will immediately find clues. This is very passive." When Takashi Ono heard this, he said coldly, "Impossible? Nothing is impossible. With the shogunate's attention, we have to work hard. If necessary, you will personally take action and kill Yamada Shinichi." "Yes, sir, I understand." Takashi Ono opened his eyes, and a light flashed in the room. He put the phone aside, stood up slowly, and turned on the light. A huge body stood in the room. Chapter 754. "Ah, isn't the minister home?" Hayakawa Naomi asked Sakako Sanako, who was in the living room. Sakako Sanako, who opened the door, was holding a stack of documents in her hands. It was a thick stack of recent information. Ever since Pei Ziyun passed the inheritance ceremony at the Makawa Shrine, she had been in charge of his daily life, as well as other miscellaneous matters. One of the most important tasks was to organize relevant information and archive it. Hearing Hayakawa Naomi's words, Sakako Sanako raised her head and said, "Yes, Yamada-chan went out today and hasn't returned yet." Nanako Yamada was eating a plate of fries. She was very excited when she saw Naomi Hayakawa. She immediately jumped down and ran to her with her short legs. "Sister Naomi, you brought delicious food again?" Yamada Nanako's eyes were fixed on Song Yunxuan's hand. She put her mouth into her mouth reflexively, and a little saliva flowed out. Hayakawa Naomi lowered her head and took out her lunchbox. "Hi, Nanako-chan, I've brought it. It's sushi and tempura today." Yamada Nanako took the lunchbox with satisfaction and hugged Hayakawa Naomi's leg. "Sister Naomi, you're the best." "Welcome, Naomi." A housewife, Yamada Izumi, came out. She still liked this girl who was becoming more and more beautiful. Most importantly, she had a gentle temperament, knew how to be polite, and could take care of people. She also had good cooking skills, so she was very popular. Regardless of gender, the first love was very important. This kind of girl could accept it. Even if they broke up in the future, there would be no regrets in life. Thinking of this, the expression on Yamada Izumi's face became more enthusiastic. She looked at Yamada Nanako, who was hugging her leg, and smiled. "Nanako loves the lunchboxes you brought. She might become fat." "Shinji just left." "Naomi, Why don't you take a seat and chat with us? Maybe you'll be back soon. Naomi Hayakawa thought for a moment and agreed. She sat on the sofa and watched TV. Yamada Izumi did not leave her out. She asked, Naomi, where did you learn to cook? To be honest, the food you cook is very tasty. I feel like you are a chef in a big restaurant. Naomi Hayakawa was very shy, and even her neck was red. She lowered her head and replied softly, please don't say that. That's too much of a compliment. I first learned from my mother, and then in Hokkaido I was lucky enough to learn from a few hotel chefs. I'm not good at cooking, but the taste is slightly better. Hayakawa Naomi said, That's still very talented. As they chatted, Hayakawa Naomi suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep. Yamada Izumi found Hayakawa Naomi had fallen asleep. She smiled and said softly, She must have not slept well last night. Nanako, be quiet. Go somewhere else. The whole living room became quiet. Hayakawa Naomi suddenly found herself in a body of water. She did not seem to feel afraid. Instead, she felt the coolness of the water spreading to her body. In this blue water, there were red corals and water plants. Small scallops were slowly wriggling. Fish and shrimps were swimming around in the water. Hayakawa Naomi moved and touched the fish and shrimps with her hand. However, her hand touched nothing. She could not touch them. At this moment, there was a glimmer not far away. Hayakawa Naomi followed the light and walked forward. After a while, she found the source of the light. It was a glowing palace. The palace looked like a huge shrine. It was very large. She had never seen such a thing before. The whole palace was emitting a faint white light, giving people a feeling of holiness. Hayakawa Naomi's desire became stronger. Hayakawa Naomi hesitated for a moment. She pushed open the palace door and found no obstacles. She entered the palace. To Hayakawa Naomi's surprise, the interior of the palace was very simple. There was a blurry figure with his head lowered. He seemed to be reading a book. There were only chairs and tables around him. There was nothing else. At this time, the desire in her heart became even more impulsive. Hayakawa Naomi walked to the side of the person reading the book, but she couldn't see the person's face clearly. All she could see was a sharp horn on the person's head. Even if she could not see his face, there was a voice in her mind telling Hayakawa Naomi that this was God. This God was reading a book. Sometimes he was deep in thought. Finally, he revealed a hesitant look. Although she could not see his face clearly, it showed on his face. Hayakawa Naomi lowered her head. She wanted to see what the book was. However, it was a blur. When she opened her eyes and wanted to take a closer look, she suddenly woke up from her dream. Hayakawa Naomi woke up from her dream. She looked around and found that she was still on the sofa. She was still immersed in her dream. She was puzzled. That was too rude. How could he have fallen asleep? Moreover, she was in Yamada-san's house. If he came back and saw her, he would be ashamed. At this time, Sakako came over. Sakako-san, can I trouble you for a moment? Hayakawa Naomi wanted to know what the dream meant. She summoned up the courage to ask. Hayakawa, what's the matter? Sakako hesitated for a moment before asking. Hayakawa Naomi noticed her uneasiness. She said softly, I was on the sofa and I had a dream. I dreamed that there was a palace in the water and there was a god. As she spoke, she recounted the process in detail and described the appearance of God that she had seen. Sakako listened to the description and said thoughtfully, Is that so? She was very surprised. She knew that Hayakawa Naomi had mermaid blood, and mermaids could be as powerful as the river god. However, according to the description, Sakako found that this god did not match any of the sea gods. Some of the characteristics vaguely matched the one recorded in the ancient book. In theory, the Mikado was ranked higher than the shogunate. The first 3 generations of the Mikado were all sea gods. This meant that the Mikado's mother and grandmother were the daughters of the sea gods. Furthermore, the Japanese sea gods were sea gods. Sakako Sanako looked at her deeply and said in an uncertain tone, "Perhaps you saw the dragon god in your dream?" Lantian Shrine, Ruma. Few warriors were holding a thick book and reading it. Ever since Pei Zi Yun inherited the Makawa Shrine, many shrines had been paying close attention to him. This time, after the publication of Pei Zi Yun's latest novel, The Seven Samurai, the few samurai requested to study it. One of them had short hair and a pair of bright eyes. He was called Wakawa Yuichi, and was the leader of these warriors. Another one was kneeling down. He looked simple and honest. He was Senza Kenichi. The last one had a face full of pockmarks. His nose was slightly crooked and he looked gloomy. He was Shino Motonori. At this point, none of them spoke. They were reading silently. After reading, everyone was silent. Only Wakawa Yuichi stood up and touched his head, sighing, "This book is amazing. It's written about the samurai to the extreme." Someone spoke up. Shino Motonori nodded and added in a hoarse voice, "Not only that, I've also discovered something else." Shino Motonori was a very meticulous person. He would think twice before doing anything and pay attention to the details. Hence, when he was reading this book, he spent a lot of time researching. Now, I've checked up on the characters in the second volume. In reality, Oda Nobunaga is the eldest son of Oda Nobuhide. He became the governor of Koino City at the age of 6. He has been a debauchee since he was young and did not care about etiquette. He did not care about studying and was always idle, causing trouble everywhere. Because of this, he was known as the Big Fool Odajang. Even his birth mother, Mrs. Tsuchida, did not like him. Instead, she liked his younger brother, Oda Nobuyuki. After Oda Nobuhide died, Oda Nobunaga, as the eldest son, inherited the position of governor. However, at his father's funeral, he threw incense at his father's altar. Because of this, Shoei Hirate, who was in charge of educating and taking care of Nobunaga, committed suicide to persuade him. The ministers united to depose Nobunaga and replace him with Oda Nobuyuki. In the end, they were defeated by Nobunaga and his younger brother was killed. However, such a person was indeed the root of the family's destruction. The great shogun took over half the world, but he still dared to resist. He wanted to take advantage of the rain to launch a surprise attack. In the end, he died and his family was exterminated. This person was just a dog guarding the house, and Toyotomi Hideyoshi was just a monkey. I specifically checked. Kinoshita Hideyoshi did exist, but he died when Oda Nobunaga attacked the great shogun. Because Kinoshita Hideyoshi was an inconspicuous low-level samurai, there was no record of him in history. I spent a lot of effort to find some information. As for Tokugawa Ieyasu, his original name was Matsudaira Ieyasu, and his childhood name was Takashi Chiyo. He was originally just a small daimyo. After the Imagawa family was destroyed, he surrendered to the great shogun and kept 5,000 stones. He became a nameless Minamoto and died in silence. After that, it was passed down for several generations. However, more than 100 years ago, he offended the shogunate and was changed. He was killed by the great shogun and disappeared from history. However, in these two volumes, Oda Nobunaga and Kinoshita Hideyoshi became famous. The author is completely fictionalizing history, but what's admirable is that he wrote it so vividly that every character seems to be real. Shiino Shijori couldn't help but exclaim. Every family, every action, and every person are vivid. If you think about it carefully, it's all very logical. It's really incredible. Sengoku Takeda Kenichi also nodded in agreement. Wakawa Yuichi listened to everyone's opinions and whispered, "No, the most terrible thing is that it's not lifelike, it might be real." Thinking of this, Wakawa Yuichi stood up and said, "Excuse me for a moment." Then he went out and seemed to be going to the bathroom, but when he walked to the corner, he made a phone call and greeted respectfully, "Hi, I'm Wakawa Yuichi. I have something important to report. Banto Consortium. Although it was late at night, many employees were still working overtime. Coffee machines and refrigerators could be seen everywhere, and there were drinks and rice balls in the refrigerators. The director of Nakani just came. Sigh, why do I have to take on the entire consortium's work? But I've finally finished the reservation, and I can finish reading the last paragraph. Kawako Sakato murmured. She sighed, then smiled bitterly and picked up the book to read the last paragraph. In fact, the last paragraph was not much, it was only 10 pages. After reading the whole volume, she was silent for a while. She arrived at the glass wall, looked at the continuous lights of the night, and made a phone call. Hi, Kuki-sama. The editor-in-chief respectfully stood up and answered, Yes, it has been published. The book's sales are very good, and it has caused a sensation. Even if there are slanderous people, it's very difficult to contain it. Yes, it can be said that the public opinion has been suppressed with the work. And many people who support Mr. Yamada have written letters. Among them, the important ones are Yoshiyuki Kagura, Atsushi Yanagi, Yuji Namayama. Really? Are they all samurai? Kawako Sakato thought, hung up the phone, thought for a while, and then sent an email to another place. Chapter 755. A spacious conference hall was filled with people. One of them sat at the head of the table, while the others sat on either side. The atmosphere was solemn, as if they were having a very serious meeting. Sir, I've analyzed it. Shunsuke Aqua stood up and said to Sakato Huzii, who was sitting at the head of the table. He had a square face with wrinkles on his forehead. His eyebrows were thin, and his eyes were long and narrow. He looked a little chubby, but his whole person looked a little dignified. At this moment, his expression was solemn. He held the documents in his hand and said clearly, We've been studying the evil spirit's attacks for many years, but we can't find the real clues. Akamatsu Kimio, who was sitting in front of Otamizu, felt a little awkward when he heard this and lowered his head slightly. Kimio Akamatsu wore a pair of glasses and was slightly bald. He was the leader of the intelligence department and the person in charge of researching demons. There were dozens of people in this research team. Unfortunately, even after spending a lot of time and effort, Akamatsu was still unable to find the root cause of the demon's attack. He did not know where the demon came from, nor did he know why the demon was attacking. The Akamatsu group's only contribution was that they had accumulated a large amount of data on the malevolent spirits. This allowed the samurai to be more focused and efficient when fighting against the malevolent spirits. Because of that, the Akamatsu group, which used to be called the Malevolent Roots Research Group, was now jokingly called the Imp Group. Akamatsu was obviously underestimating Kimio Akamatsu, but he was also helpless. Shunsuke Wakizumi ignored everyone else's actions and expressions and continued, but Yamada Shinji's book provided us with a wonderful reference. That's right. What if the evil spirits aren't the evil spirits that we think they are, and they're not the Meiji Ghost Kingdom that proclaimed itself as an emperor, but a historical possibility? Please follow this train of thought and combine our information. Shunsuke Wakizumi bowed slightly and requested Sakato Huzii. At this moment, Mr. Akamatsu stood up and said, It's not like our team didn't work hard. After we received the hint, we're already implementing it. The preliminary conclusion should be sent to us within an hour. Sakato Michio was wearing a kimono and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He nodded and said in a low voice, In that case, let's wait for a while. Sit down and take a break. Sakato Huching was the first to sit down. He took out a cigar from the cigar box, carefully trimmed it with a pair of scissors, and lit it. He took a deep puff and exhaled the smoke, deep in thought. Akamatsu Kimio also took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep puff, his eyes glazed over. The entire conference hall was shrouded in smoke. Many people were deep in thought. It didn't take long before he heard someone knocking on the door. The door opened, and Taijima was sitting on her knees respectfully. She said to Higashi Makoto of Shangshuban, "Hey, Lord Hu Cheng." Tashima Masahiro was an important member of the intelligence division under Kimio Akamatsu. He was good at organizing intelligence, and had made great contributions to Bando's assets many times. Therefore, the collection of information on Yamada Shinji was handed over to him for implementation. This is the preliminary conclusion of the intelligence department based on the new train of thought. Taijima Masahiro held a pile of documents in his hands and respectfully handed them to his team leader. Kimio Akamatsu handed out the documents one by one to everyone present. As they were distributed, no one spoke. Only the sound of books flipping could be heard. They were all seriously reading through the information Taijima Masahiro brought. Sakato Huching was no exception. After reading for a long time, he rubbed the space between his eyebrows and asked with a sullen face, "Does this mean that the train of thought that Gunsuk Shusui mentioned basically matches?" "Yes, sir. We only lack a train of thought." Taijima Masahiro bowed deeply. With this hint, all the information can be strung together. The enemy we are facing might not be the so-called evil demons. Instead, it is a parallel history. This parallel history is divided by the year 1551, which is when the great shogun of Shinchuwa rose his army. It is obvious that after the great shogun of Shinchuwa gained control of the world, this parallel history was unwilling to fade away. It is still trying to make a comeback in our world. Therefore, in less than 3 years after the great shogun of Shinchuwa established the shogunate, the evil demons gradually appeared and reached their peak during the fall of the Tabaku. Sakato Huching was shocked. He sat up straight. "I understand. Everyone, immediately follow this train of thought and organize all the information." "Yes, yes." The relevant personnel immediately bowed their heads and agreed. "Also, report this conclusion to the public." Meeting adjourned. Sakato Huching did not hesitate and immediately announced the end of the meeting. When the meeting was over, all the members had left. Sakato Huching sat on a chair and drank a mouthful of cold tea. He took out his mobile phone and called Kawako Sakato. Sakato Huching asked her solemnly, "Kawako, you have personally met Yamada Shinji. Who do you think he could be?" It was impossible for an ordinary person to know such a detailed history. Kawako Sakato heard the question and quickly said, "He has divine power, but I can't tell who he is." Although she said so, Kawako could not help but recall the scene of her meeting with Pei Ziyun. "Is that so?" "Yes." Kawako Sakato gently touched her forehead and said with certainty. She listened to the other person say, "Then it has been hard on you." After hanging up the phone, Kawako stood up and was silent for a while. She dialed the number again. "Hello, is this Yamada-kun? This is Yuenzi. Where are you now?" "Yes, I've finished reading your book. It's very good. You have such talent. The slander from the public is very rude. Our Sakato Financial Group will help you deal with it. You can rest assured." Pei Ziyun, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, was looking at the wooden blade. He felt a chill when he got close to the wooden blade. There were dense patterns all over its surface. He casually cut a piece of iron that he had prepared. Without a sound, the iron was cut open. Cutting iron like mud. Modern special craftsmanship could indeed cut iron like mud, but it was not that simple. It seemed that it was indeed a demonic blade. At this time, listening to Kawako Sakato's words, he said, "No, I've troubled you many times. This time, I will solve it myself. Don't worry, I'm not trying to be brave." After saying that, Pei Ziyun hung up the phone and looked outside with cold eyes. Outside Yamada's house, there was a large group of people marching in front of the door. This group of people were holding banners that read, "Yamada Shinichi is a big liar," "Yamada Shinichi is a hypocrite," "Yamada Shinichi will pay with his life," and other slanderous words. At the same time, they were shouting slogans and singing songs. Among them, Keita Kino, who was wearing black casual clothes, was the craziest. Keita Kino not only dyed his hair yellow, but his face was also covered with colorful graffiti. The content of these graffiti was insulting words of Yamada Shinichi. In this demonstration, Keita Kino was the leader. Not only did he shout loudly, but he also threw a plastic bag of rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves in his hand at the door. This bad behavior was not only not criticized, but it was also cheered by the demonstrators, which made Keita Kino even more excited. His follower, Gajimo Toshihiko, looked at him enviously and took out a few books from his bag. He could vaguely see that they were Peizi Yun's, Who is the Second Man, Nocturnal Ghost, and the newly published Seven Samurai. After taking out these books, Gajimo Toshihiko threw them on the ground. He kept jumping and stepping on these books, his mouth kept saying, "Aha! Aha! Ha! Aha!" Behind Gajimo Toshihiko was Jingmuya. She had short hair and was a girl. At this time, she was waving a flag that said, "Yamada Shinichi must apologize to the people." Peizi Yun stood at the window and watched the performance of this group of people. He did not say anything, but just looked at them coldly. He picked up the phone again. "Father, how are you? Are you taking a week off?" Yamada Kazuhiko was born in the middle class, but even if he was admitted to a famous school, he was talented and became a minister. It was unknown how much effort and luck he had put in. This incident had affected Yamada Kazuhiko. It was said that some people went to the company to protest. The company had decided to give Yamada Kazuhiko a leave of absence. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Implicating my family? Peizi Yun looked down coldly. At this time, perhaps it was because they had enough time, or because the Yamada family had not come out to deal with them, the demonstrators finally felt bored. After all, except for a few core members who were paid, most of the demonstrators were taking the opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction and pressure. Now that they were done venting, they were about to leave. Thus, the demonstration around the door ended. Keita Kimura hooked his arm around Gajimo Toshihiko's and said loudly with a proud expression, "Ha, Toshihiko, how was it? My performance today was not bad, right?" Gajimo Toshihiko gave him a thumbs up and at the same time shook his head. He replied, "Indeed very good, but I also worked very hard. Even Yayoi's performance today was very good." Gajimo Toshihiko turned his head slightly and said to Jingmu Yayoi was full of smiles and made a V-shaped gesture. After walking for a while, Keita Kimura felt that it was about time and gave Gajimo Toshihiko a look. Gajimo Toshihiko immediately understood Keita Kimura's meaning, so he pulled Jingmuya to the side and said, "Yayoi, let's go and see what we're eating today. It's been a hard day, I have to comfort myself." Keita Kimura smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm really sorry, I can't hold it in anymore. You and Toshihiko go first, I'll catch up later." As he said this, he held his stomach with his hand and revealed a pained expression. After Gajimo Toshihiko and Jingmu Yayoi left, Keita Kimura stood up and took out his phone from his pocket. He dialed a number. "Hello, Your Excellency. I'm Keita Kimura. Yes, I've completed my mission today. I besieged the Yamada family and even went to Kazuhiko Yamada's company to cause trouble. Yes, it doesn't take a few people to get Kazuhiko Yamada to take a vacation. Aha, you're too kind. We're willing to serve you." Keita Kimura did not know what kind of promise he had heard, but he smiled happily. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared from the corner of the wall. Almost at the same time, he swung a wooden stick at Keita Kimura. Pa! Keita Kimura's smile froze. He was stunned for a few seconds before he fell to the ground. He hugged his leg and screamed in pain. That hit was a comminuted fracture. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be forgiven. Peizi Yun strode forward, using his divine sense to follow Keita Kimura. "Let me see, who's the one commanding these people?" Chapter 756. Well done. In the small compartment of the izakaya, the female owner served a few dishes and a bottle of sake. She bowed to the middle-aged guest in a suit. Please enjoy your meal, Mr. Ueno. The middle-aged man, Ueno Soichiro, was on the phone. At this time, he covered the phone and smiled politely at her. Miss Mayu's sake is always not enough. Please close the door for me. After the door was closed, Ueno Soichiro relaxed and said to the phone, You haven't been discovered, have you? Ha, Minister, you worry too much. There are a lot of people in the demonstration. We just gave a little money and a dozen people can lead the demonstration. After all, there is a lot of pressure in society now. Many people want a vent, so they join for free. Last time, in front of Shibuya train station during the Tokyo Film Festival, we took off our shorts and shouted slogans in the square. Strangers passing by took off their clothes and joined us. It's the same for the demonstration. I see. Ueno Soichiro expressed his understanding. Logically speaking, the Japanese people's general level of education is generally higher, and individuals should have stronger opinions. But the fact is, most Japanese people's first choice is to follow the trend, and they rush to be the first, lest they fall behind. If there are 2 or 3 people waiting in front of a ramen shop, there is no worry that it will expand to 5 or 6 or 7 people waiting. Ueno Soichiro had also heard about what had happened in front of Shibuya Station. They had stripped down to their shorts and shouted slogans. This kind of indecent behavior would make a person look like a lunatic. However, when more than 10 people gathered together, they seemed to have formed an organization. People continued to join until it became a carnival sacrifice. This reflected the unique group consciousness of the Japanese. The person on the other side is still talking. Even in the company where Kazuhiko Yamada works, only 5 or 6 people demonstrated, and the company has ordered Kazuhiko Yamada to take a vacation. After all, no company wants to cause trouble. Yes, it is indeed like this, Ueno Soichiro said with a sigh. Japan's economy continues to be depressed. The Japanese National Police Agency calculated the number of suicides in the first half of the year, 17076, 768 more than the same period last year. The total number of suicides last year was 32,249. Japan has had more than 30,000 suicides for 11 years in a row. Such a great pressure is not only on the employees, but also on the company. For any employee who caused trouble for the company, it was difficult for the company to remain calm, even if the employee was not responsible. The only good thing was that the Japanese really couldn't stand it and committed suicide. The greatest resistance to suicide was nothing more than jumping off the rails and creating some trouble for the public, but almost no Japanese would really take revenge on society before they died. Ueno Soichiro was also a minister, and he knew how difficult it was for him to rise up. He felt a little sad and understood that Kazuhiko Yamada's career had suffered a heavy blow. If he wanted to be promoted in the future, it would be a stain. The other side asked, Do you want to continue tomorrow? Yes, continue. I'm not afraid of spending money. Come the day after tomorrow and settle the bill with me every 3 days. Ueno Soichiro came back to his senses and said, Yes, I understand. However, at the last moment, he seemed to hear a muffled sound. Ueno Soichiro suspected that he had heard wrongly, but he didn't care. He turned off his phone and focused on enjoying it. In the summer, just drinking the iced sake made one feel a kind of coolness. A plate of winter melon and melon with mayonnaise and green beans. A plate of sashimi, 3 types, with 2 dipping sauces, soy sauce and sweet miso. Anchovy, the representative fish of the Kansai region in the summer, light and chewy. After eating, when he went to pay the bill, Mayu smiled gently at him. Mr. Ueno, are you free this weekend? In a Japanese survey, 39% of women aged 15 to 35 were virgins, and half of them had never had a boyfriend. Mayu had inherited the family business. She was not young, but she was not married. I still have some business, Ueno Soichiro said apologetically. I see. Meiyu was still very gentle, and she looked down. You have been working hard, please do your best. I will do my best. This is a chance. They left the izakaya and waited in front of the bus station. Under the lights of the city's high-rise buildings, the night breeze blew, and Ueno felt a little regretful and sad. In the past, when he was young, he often came to this izakaya and liked Miss Meiyu. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to marry her at that time. Everything in the city was too expensive. Later, when he got married, he thought that everything was over. He didn't want to lose his wife in a car accident, and the two of them recovered a little. But this weekend was indeed not free. This order was not only assigned by the higher-ups, there was an extra 1 million yen. More importantly, through this, he might be able to get further opportunities. For a middle-aged man, this was something he must grasp tightly. With this thought in mind, he murmured, "This is a good business. I have been in the position of deputy minister for 6 years. If I take advantage of this, I should be able to get promoted, right?" The oncoming train stopped at the station, and the door opened. There was a junior high school student in the carriage. He walked along the carriage with his head down, and he almost bumped into him. "Be careful." Ueno Soichiro's body swayed, and he couldn't help but scold. In Japan, of course, social class was the most important, followed by age. The older generation scolded the younger generation, the older generation scolded the younger generation, and the younger generation would apologize and retreat. But with this sound, Ueno Soichiro only felt his vision blur, and then he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He suddenly knelt on the ground, rolled around, and let out a scream. Ueno Soichiro rolled on the ground, and the rest saw the junior high school student return to the carriage. The train left the platform in the midst of the scream. The people who had just gotten off heard it and looked at each other. Few people around him clearly saw what had happened. They just squinted and peeked. Afraid of getting into trouble, no one reached out to help, and even scattered around him. After a long time, someone whispered, "What happened just now?" "I didn't see clearly. Did we encounter the road rage tribe?" Few people in the carriage saw that because the train was moving forward, there were 3 girls not far away. One of them seemed to be the oldest, but she was only a junior high school student. The other 2 were obviously primary school students, only 7 or 8 years old. They looked a little similar, and they seemed to be sisters. At this time, the youngest one's body shook, and she spilled her drink on the ground. The older sister hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, please forgive me." As she spoke, they squatted down and wiped the floor with a piece of tissue. Pei Ziyun's eyes shone with a golden light as he looked in the direction of the drunk middle-aged man. "I've found the higher-ups. I won't let these 2 soldiers off, but you can't." Now that he had recovered some of his strength, he would be able to catch up with the higher-up. Pei Ziyun's gaze fell on a certain spot, and he was determined to get rid of it. At this time, the girls not far away were still wiping the floor, while the adults around them looked on coldly. If it was in the past, Pei Ziyun would have helped, but after living in Japan for so long, he knew how to be cool. This wasn't coldness, but the law of Japanese society. If you caused trouble for everyone, you had to deal with it as soon as possible. Kabukicho Izakaya. It was currently open for business. This was a high-class izakaya, a private clubhouse. The environment was elegant, and the decorations were dark purple. The interior was cool and refreshing. Suzuki Ryota called out to his subordinates, "Saikiro, drink more. This time, we've been fighting for 2 consecutive weeks, and the society's future depends on this. We have to work hard." It was rare for there to be an easy task that was worth 30 million yen. Although it wasn't much, it was worth it. "Hi." The middle-aged man named Saikiro bowed, his expression serious. In Japanese society, employees were tied to the company, especially the core members, whose interests were closely tied to the company's rise and fall. Although they knew that their superiors would take away a lot of money, they were used to collective education, so they didn't dare complain. They would only give their all, and even wag their tails when they were rewarded. At the same time, the company's superiors would also reward them with this attitude. This was the so-called tacit understanding of a collective atmosphere. Suzuki Ryota was very satisfied with the attitude of his subordinate. He had worked hard in the society for 30 years, all for the sake of living like this. In the process, he would lose many useless things, but no matter what, he was a survivor of society. He was in a high position, and he controlled the fate of hundreds of employees. The taste of power was like a drug. Once he had tasted it, he didn't want to give it up. "President? President?" one of the subordinates asked carefully. "Oh, drink, drink." Suzuki Ryota woke up. He had always been calm and rational, never showing any emotion in front of his subordinate. He was known as the ghost god Suzuki. This time, he was puzzled. Strange, why am I so emotional today? He was old, and his body couldn't take too much. He didn't like to drink anymore. After drinking a little, he went to the bathroom. A female employee wanted to accompany him. Suzuki Ryota took a look at her beauty. Even with makeup, she was only good-looking, so he rejected her. As he filled the bathroom, the door opened. He didn't care. Although this was a high-class izakaya, he couldn't be the only customer. But in the next second, he heard a pu sound and felt a chill on his back. Before he could think, he fell down. His face was lying on the cold tiles. His urine was still flowing, and it was flowing along with his blood. His vision went black. Who wants to kill me? Who did I offend recently? Ryota Suzuki was horrified. He stretched out his hands, wanting to shout, beg for mercy, and ask for help, but no sound came out. He could only struggle on the cold ground alone. The pain in his chest spread throughout his body, and his dark vision seemed to brighten up for the last time. He saw a tiny figure leave quietly like a ghost. Pei Ziyun closed the door and adjusted his collar. Realizing that he was spotless, he turned around in satisfaction and pasted a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his door. He lowered his head and walked past the crowded room. Without the president around, the employees were much more relaxed. Only Saikiro asked curiously, "The president isn't back yet?" Maybe he drank too much." Pei Ziyun pushed the door open. It was already late at night. For a middle school student to enter a place like this, the employees at the door would have thought it odd. But what was odd was that they were so engrossed in chatting that they didn't notice that someone was walking past them. Pei Ziyun looked around and mumbled, "Is there someone higher than him? Now that I feel this person, it's starting to make sense." It was a faint yet tangible scent of a ghost. Chapter 757. Maruhoju Izakaya. Although it was located in a remote area, it was famous for its quality's sake. Every dusk, the Maruhoju Izakaya was always crowded and very lively. Since it was noon, the ordinary employees were all at work. There were only a few people in the Maruhoju Izakaya, and there were even fewer customers. At a small table in the corner, a woman wearing a veil was drinking sake alone, waiting for someone. Around the woman, there were a few people in casual clothes, but they looked a little vigilant, as if they were guarding her. The woman wore a blue and white dress, and she looked like a gentlewoman. Although she was wearing a veil, one could tell from her tightly knitted brows that she was in a bad mood. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the Maruhoju Izakaya with a gloomy face. Masahiko Iwakawa walked out of the Maruhoju Izakaya and directly walked towards the woman. "Lee Su, sorry to keep you waiting." As he said that, he sat opposite Lee Su, and without the slightest hint of awkwardness, he said, "Waiter, please bring me a bottle of sake." Due to the small number of people, the waiter of the Maruhoju Izakaya quickly brought the sake over. Masahiko Iwakawa sat opposite Lee Su, and neither of them spoke. After the sake arrived, Masahiko Iwakawa poured the sake into a large glass, and directly took a big gulp. He looked at Lisu as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. After a long time, Masahiko Iwakawa finally spoke, and in a low voice, he asked Lisu, "Have you finished reading Yamada Shinji's book, Seven Samurai?" Recently, the most sensational news on the Japanese forums was undoubtedly the publication of Yamada Shinji's book, Seven Samurai. As soon as Seven Samurai was published, it became a hit in Japan, and received countless good reviews. To a large extent, it reversed the prejudice people had against Yamada Shinji. And now, Seven Samurai had already published the third volume, Chrysanthemum and Katana. "I've read it." Lisu took a small sip of sake and said lightly, "Is this true?" Masahiko Iwakawa stared at Lisu and asked solemnly. Lisu took another sip of sake and didn't speak. After a moment of silence, Masahiko Iwakawa repeated his question again, suppressing his anger. "Lisu, I know that's not your real name, but is this true? A parallel history? A history where Tokugawa Ieyasu seized the world and established the shogunate. But in the end, the Mikado will take over? And then the invasion of Japan failed and was destroyed by the atomic bomb." Masahiko Iwadaki's eyes were filled with rage, and he unconsciously clenched his fists under the table. He asked all the questions in his heart in one breath. No, Iwazaki-kun, Japan was not destroyed by the atomic bomb. Seeing Masahiko Iwazaki's anger, Riki sighed helplessly and explained sincerely. "Really?" Masahiko Iwadaki didn't believe it. He shook his head and said, "If it wasn't for destruction, why would the evil spirits come here? Don't they have their own world?" Seeing that Leo was silent, he took a deep breath. Parallel worlds have also been proposed in this world, but it is unlikely in scientific theory. Every time a parallel world is split, it means that the energy of a single world is reduced by half. After a few more splits, I'm afraid the entire world will disappear. Even according to theology, I'm afraid that only shadows can exist. You want to take over our world, right? Just like how demons take over the bodies of the living. Indeed, I love power, but I love life more. I love Japan even more. If you really want me to obtain power at the cost of Japan's destruction, then I'd rather not." The anger on Masahiko Iwadaki's face had disappeared, and it was replaced with coldness. Riki sighed, but still explained, "No, Iwazaki-kun, listen to me." Masahiko Iwadaki stretched out his hand to stop Riki from speaking. "I'm sorry. I've already made up my mind." Saying that, Masahiko Iwadaki sighed, and took out a check from his pocket. He respectfully pushed it to Riki, stood up, and bowed. "This is my last offering. I'm sorry, but I can't support this kind of history." Saying that, Masahiko Iwadaki stood up and left. "This is already the third one." Riki didn't stop him. Watching Masahiko Iwadaki leave, he couldn't help but clench his wine glass tightly and let out a bitter laugh. The publication of The Seven Samurai didn't affect the public opinion, but it made many people who originally sympathized with the Tabaku to change their perspective and face the roots of the Tabaku. To many people in this world, the Mikado was a tradition, and it was acceptable to revive it. But completely overturning history was unacceptable. The Tokugawa shogunate and the Meiji Restoration couldn't bring them any sympathy, especially when the end result was the destruction of nuclear weapons. As for Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, they were just small fries. At this time, Riki, who was dressed in civilian clothes, came over and bowed to Riki. "Madam, do you want?" Riki shaved his head, and there was a demon tattoo on his neck. As he spoke to Riki, he made a slashing gesture in the air with his hand. But when Lisu heard Li Tian-Isher's words, he immediately stood up and gave Li Tian-Isher a slap on his face. "Idiot, you should know that we are at a disadvantage." Masahiko Iwadaki isn't a chaebol, but he is a third-generation senator and has a lot of influence in the political arena. If you do this, you will immediately alert the shogunate. Also, it will make our allies disappointed, and those who are already suspicious of us will immediately draw a clear line with us and keep their guard up against us. It's because of Red Deer like you that our business is progressing so slowly, Li Tu said angrily. Ishir Tian was slapped in the face and immediately stood at attention. He lowered his head and bowed, saying, "Hi. Madam is right." Ricky was still angry, and when she heard what Ricky said, she became even angrier. She stomped her feet and was about to continue when she heard a beeping sound. Ricky took a deep breath. This phone number was a secret, and only a few people knew about it. Every call would definitely have important news, so she immediately picked up the phone and ignored Ricky. But when she heard the voice from the phone, although she was prepared, her face still sank. What? Keita Kono and Soichiro Ueno had their legs broken, and Ryota Suzuki was killed in the bathroom? Yes, the other party was very targeted. They were all key figures in every step, and no one else was killed. According to the logic of the crime, it is obvious that they are now targeting the higher-up. Hirayama, what's going on? Did someone leak the secret? Ricky asked. And Makawa Shrine doesn't have this power, right? Did the shogunate intervene? Keita Kono and Soichiro Ueno were temporary employees, so Ricky didn't care about their loss. But Ryota Suzuki was an official member of the organization, and after this incident, he might be promoted to an officer. It wasn't easy to develop people under the eyes of the shogunate, and this was a loss. Moreover, as far as Ricky knew, Ryota Suzuki was now in charge of the attack on Yamada Shinji. Madam, our intelligence personnel didn't notice any unusual movements from the shogunate or Makawa Shrine, but that's not the most important thing now, it's to avoid a bigger blow. If it's possible, please inform the higher-ups in charge of this matter and ask them to move as soon as possible. On the other side of the phone, Daisuke Hirayama touched the sweat on his forehead and carefully suggested. Daisuke Hirayama had just received the news when he made the call. Even so, he was still sweating profusely. Daisuke Hirayama was an intelligence personnel, and he was in charge of some intelligence, but this was the first time he knew of an attack specifically targeting the organization. He didn't hesitate and immediately reported to his superior, Ricky. Yes, I understand. Continue to supervise. Ricky's tone softened, and his expression changed. I didn't directly intervene in this matter. Queen Suzuki Ryota's current target is Kiura Shigenori, followed by Onokun? No, I can't wait, I have to go now. Ricky stood up. Hurry, go to this address immediately, without any delay. Yes. A moment later, a car sped to a certain place on the road. Ricky got out of the car and immediately ran upstairs without hesitation. However, this apartment had been built for 40 years and didn't have an elevator, so he went straight up. After looking at the room number, Ricky panted and hurriedly knocked on the door with his phone. Hearing the knocking, Takashi Ono, who was in the room, opened the door and was shocked to see Ricky standing outside. Takashi Ono let Ricky in and asked in a serious tone, "Why are you here?" "According to the rules, we can't meet unless there's an urgent matter." Ricky said in a deep voice, "Yes, Onokun, there's an urgent matter. The third volume of Yamada Shinji's Seven Samurai is out. It's the volume of the chrysanthemum and the knife. It tells the story of the Divine Lord. You should know all of this and have read it. However, what I want to show you is not the book itself, but the changes it has brought about. This is not good for us." As he spoke, Ricky took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Takashi Ono had an ominous feeling. With an ashen face, he hurriedly plugged the USB flash drive into his computer. He opened the USB flash drive and found that it was filled with videos. There were edited video clips in the videos showing some conversations. Each time, it wasn't long, only about 10 minutes. Ricky said to Takashi Ono-kun, these videos are edited video clip. They show some people talking about Yamada Shinji's 7 Samurai. I've already deleted the unnecessary nonsense, leaving only the key clip. Each clip isn't long, ranging from a few minutes to more than 10 minutes. You open one and take a look. Takashi Ono opened it and saw a clip of Naoto Muramine reading Yamada Shinji's book. He was frowning and saying, Tokugawa Ieyasu, who is this person? Naoto Muramine was a famous critic. He was known for his sharp and targeted comment. His most outstanding comment was his criticism of the Japanese literary master Masaichi Iwata's Time No More. In the video, Naoto Muramine was reading Yamada Shinji's book while writing and drawing on the draft paper. He was mumbling, "The future history of Tokugawa Ieyasu is very interesting. It's also impeccable when deduced." This was just an inconspicuous person. Takashi Ono cut to another clip. It was Okuyasu Hiko reading and discussing the book. He was a president with a net worth of tens of billions of yen. He had a puzzled look on his face. As for the people below him, they had higher statuses. Many of them might not be rich, but they held important positions in the government and the police. They had great influence. Takashi Ono broke out in cold sweat as he watched. There were so many sympathizers and supporters in the dark. It was a terrible thing to have doubts. Chapter 758. In the room, Takashi Ono and Lee Soo were sitting opposite each other on the sofa. Takashi Ono had a serious expression on his face as he watched the videos on the computer on the table. His fingers tapped on the teacup as he pondered. He asked Lee Soo, "What's the situation now?" Lee Soo looked worried as she continued, "Ono-kun, the situation is really bad now. Yamada Shinji's 7 Samurai has a great influence. I really can't imagine where Yamada Shinji got this information from. Now that the 3rd volume has been published, the story of the Divine Lord has been circulated. Honestly speaking, it's mostly in line with history. Although there are a few fictions are necessary for literature, so there's nothing wrong with that. But this is true history. Not only did it not help our cause, it even had the opposite effect," Lee Soo said through clenched teeth. "Yesterday and today, there were already 3 groups of people who expressed their desire to no longer support us." Lee Soo closed her eyes, looking a little tired. Masahiko Iwakuni was not the only one who expressed this desire. Before him, there were 2 other groups who expressed the same desire. One of them was the Yoshiga family led by Yuichi Yoshiga. The Yoshiga family was one of the most famous political families in Japan. Yuichi Yoshiga's great-grandfather, Kenji Yoshiga, was once the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. His father, Shinken Yoshiga, was now the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. His son-in-law was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yuichi Yoshiga's lack of support had a great impact. The other group was the Murakami Consortium, led by Kenzaburo Murakami. The Murakami Consortium was mainly in charge of the convenience store industry in Japan. It was the leader of the convenience store industry in Japan. On average, 80% of the convenience stores in Japan were controlled by the Murakami Consortium. Thinking of this, Lee Soo's heart ached faintly. She continued, "Many people who supported us after reading Yamada Shinji's 7 Samurai, not only did they not support us further, they even thought, the so-called official history is not as heroic as the great General Shinkawa." Takashi Ono's expression was solemn as he listened to Lee Soo's words carefully. Most importantly, although only 3 volumes were published, anyone with a bit of power could get the next 4 volumes. At this time, Lee Chie could not bear it anymore. The corners of his eyes twisted, and with a bang, he slammed his fist on the table, causing a few drops of water to spill from the teacup on the table. Lee ignored the situation on the table, and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Ono-kun, the necessary deification is necessary. The Divine Lord was originally revered by many. But now many people are very disappointed. Hiding and enduring, bullying widows and young children to obtain the world, even if you receive praise, it is still far from the great general of Xian Chuan sweeping the world with his whip, the great name of the great name being bound, his might shaking the world. That's not the worst. The contents of the last 4 volumes of Yamada Shinji's 7 Samurai, the Bakufu War, the Meiji Restoration, the invasion of the mainland, and the nuclear explosion, are all very disadvantageous to us. Especially the last volume. They either suspect that Japan was destroyed by nuclear weapons or that we were occupied by the United States and became slaves. Lee's eyes were filled with anger. Yamada Shinichi is very hateful. He deliberately ended it here to give the impression that Japan is finished. But in the past 300 years, in order to attract followers, we have more or less leaked some information, which corresponds to these few volumes. Now it is difficult to change our words. Our intelligence has found that it is not just the 3 mentioned. There are already many people who are secretly supporting us who are wavering on the sidelines. Among them is our biggest ally, the Furukawa Consortium. Lee enunciated each word clearly. According to our latest intelligence and insider information obtained by our spies, some of the people in charge of the Furukawa Consortium have already suggested to carefully consider the idea of forming an alliance with us. The Furukawa Consortium was a consortium that was comparable to the Banto Consortium, or even slightly better. It was the leader of the entire Japanese retail industry, and 60% of Japan's retail industry was related to it. However, the biggest difference between the Furukawa Consortium and the Banto Consortium was that the Banto Consortium was a family-run consortium, while the Furukawa Consortium was a consortium of several consortiums, and the entire assets were controlled by several consortiums. Even now, only a few of them have stepped forward to sever ties with us. But just this alone is a huge loss for us. Not to mention the negative impact of the chain. Lee sighed heavily. 30 years of business, and half of it has been ruined. As he spoke, Lee took out a note from his pocket and handed it to Takashi Ono. I hope the shogunate will not notice this key point. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Takashi Ono did not speak. He took the note and looked at it. His expression became even uglier. After a moment of silence, he took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the note. He watched as it slowly burned, and the ashes fell onto the ashtray on the table. Takashi Ono slowly lowered his head to Lee. This matter is so serious. Can you influence it? I'm sorry I can't. Although I am different from you in that I was lucky enough to awaken after reincarnation and have my own destiny, I have been suspected due to the previous operation, Ono-kun. Lee shook his head and quickly answered. A trace of sadness appeared on her face, as if she had recalled something. I know that you have lost someone who truly loved you. Yes, and I was the one who sent him to the abyss of death. Lee's face darkened, revealing a melancholy expression. Takashi Ono felt some sympathy. This was the same as the undercover movie. If the police wanted to be undercover, they had to integrate into the group. He thought of the people in the movie who died unjustly and seemed to be wondering why the brothers who fought side by side and risked their lives would betray them. She was even more so. Let's talk about this later. The situation is urgent now. Ono-kun, your situation is not good either. Keita Kono, Soichiro Ueno, and Ryota Suzuki have all been exposed. Now we have to see if anything has happened to Kiura Shigenori. If something has happened to him, you will be in danger. Lee wiped the corner of her eyes and regained her composure. Obviously, the other party has grasped the key points of our communication network. You will be next. With Kiura Shigenori's situation, I'm afraid Yamada Shinji won't succeed so easily, right? Takashi Ono's mind was still in a mess. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Also, how did Yamada Shinji track us down? You know, our communication should be very careful. How did he know these key points? It's not intelligence. Intelligence can't be that accurate." According to the analysis of the relevant personnel, Yamada Shinji's tracking may have relied on some kind of magic, but as for what kind of magic, our people don't know. Just as Li Du was speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Both of their expressions changed. Takashi Ono leaned back on the sofa, while Li Su answered the phone. A nervous voice came from the other side of the phone. "Bad news. Kiura Shigenori was killed." "What?" Li's face was ashen, and her face was full of disbelief. She did not expect that in such a short time, Kiura Shigenori would also meet with an accident. How did he die? Didn't he have a lot of defense? It was a strong attack. He killed them all. All 13 guards were killed. Hearing this, Li immediately stood up and said to Takashi Ono, "Ono-kun, the situation is very bad now. Kiura Shigenori is dead. I'm afraid it will be your turn next. You have to make the necessary preparations now. I'll take my leave now." With that, Li left in a hurry with a worried expression. When Li went out, she went downstairs as fast as she could and returned to her car. When she got into the car, a strange light flashed in her eyes. After thinking for a while, she took out a blood-red jade pendant from a hidden pocket on her chest. When Li took out the jade pendant, a mist quickly filled the surroundings, and her face became dazed. In the house, Takashi Ono waited for Li to go out before he immediately jumped up from the sofa and ran to his bookshelf as fast as he could. Takashi Ono looked at the bookshelf full of things. These were all information that he had spent a lot of effort to collect. There was no lack of confidential or even top-secret documents. Looking at the information on the bookshelf, a trace of reluctance appeared in Takashi Ono's eyes. However, he bit his tongue with his teeth, and a trace of pain entered his mind, making his thoughts clearer. "Yamada-kun, if I don't die, I will repay you heavily," Takashi Ono murmured. These books and information had accompanied Takashi Ono for a long time. They were also the condensation of many plans to promote the development of the anti-screen cause in this world. It could be said that these were the condensation of his blood, sweat, and tears for more than a decade. Now, he was going to burn all of them with his own hands. Thinking of this, Takashi Ono felt a trace of reluctance in his heart. However, he shook his head and immediately sorted out the distracting thoughts in his mind. Takashi Ono quickly took a porcelain pot from the corner of the room. First, he threw the most important and secretive plans and information into the porcelain pot and lit it up. With a bang, the raging flames shone on Takashi Ono's face. The fiery red color contrasted with his ashen face, making him look a little ferocious. Seeing the information slowly turn to ashes in the fire, Takashi Ono breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to throw the relatively less important information into the fire. However, this time, when most of the information was burned, Takashi Ono heard a dong-dong-dong sound. It was the doorbell ringing. When he heard this sound, Takashi Ono's expression froze. He used his hand to touch the space between his eyebrows and exhaled heavily. Only then did he slowly get up and walk to the door. When Takashi Ono opened the door, as expected, he saw a young man alone. That's right, the person in front of him was Yamada Shinichi. Takashi Ono recognized him. After all, Inoki Takashi had taken many actions against Yamada Shinichi before, so his appearance was naturally etched in his mind. At this moment, the originally nervous Takashi Ono calmed down when he saw the real Yamada Shinichi. He said slowly, "Yamada-kun? Please come in." Chapter 759. As the sun set, Takashi Inoki looked at Yamada Shinichi and bowed slightly. He then opened the door and stepped aside, allowing Pei Ziyun to enter. Pei Yun accepted Ono Takashi's invitation and slowly stepped into the room. This person's room was extremely simple and crude. Apart from some basic necessities, there was nothing else. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a bookshelf that took up the largest space in the room. However, the bookshelf was scattered about and was not filled to the brim. Not far from the bookshelf, there was a brazier that was still burning. This caught Pei Yun's attention. Looking around, he noticed that the arrangement of the bookshelves was a little strange. The bookshelves had 4 layers, and the bottom 2 layers were filled with books. Moreover, they were arranged neatly without a trace of disorder. The upper 2 floors were already half empty, and the arrangement was also extremely messy. Pei Yun then looked at the brazier not too far away. There were still some ashes left in it, and he understood. Onoki Takashi noticed that Pei Yun was looking at the brazier, and his eyes twitched slightly. Then, Takashi Ono said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, Yamada-kun. I was cleaning up some documents just now and burned some, but I haven't cleaned them up yet. I've made a fool of myself. There are not many things in the house, and there is no good hospitality. The only commendable thing is the Yushan tea." Takashi Ono turned around and walked to the corner of the room. Regarding the Jade Mountain tea, Pei Yun had some understanding of it. This was because Yamada and Yen Ai did not have many hobbies. Tasting tea was one of their hobbies, and the tea they loved the most was the Jade Mountain tea. Every year, the family would spend quite a sum on the tea. Yushan tea was one of the Japanese teas. It was produced in the mountain city in the south of Kyoto. The cultivation of tea trees could be traced back to the Kamakura period. After continuous improvements, it became a high-grade tea during the Muromachi era. It originated from the shogun family, and during the Shinkawa shogunate era, it became a tribute. Takashi Ono poured the tea and poured some water into it. He said, "Yamada-kun, please take a seat." Pei Yun sat on the only sofa in the room, with his back facing Takashi Ono, as he brewed 2 cups of tea. He then asked, "I'm very curious, Yamada-kun. How did you manage to find me? Don't you think it's impolite of you to ask me such a question?" Pei Yun asked. "Are you Mubai Pu Shigenori's superior? You're the one who manipulated public opinion and people to attack me and my family, right? Who are you? Why are you trying to harm me?" Pei Yun stared at Ono Takashi. "So, Yamada-kun didn't even know my name, but you found me?" When Takashi Ono heard this, he smiled and said with some melancholy, "This is really shocking. Can you tell me why?" "If it's an enemy, there's no need to tell them your background, right?" "That's true." Onoki Takashi thought about it seriously and took the tea back. "Yamada-kun is my enemy, so I don't have to tell you. Please enjoy your tea." The tea was delicious, and he could even hear the sound of the tea leaves sizzling. Pei Yun listened quietly as he observed the color of the tea. He then said, "Actually, I know where you came from. It's just that I don't know the details. You must be someone from a parallel history. To this world, you are nothing more than a wandering ghost." Pei Yun started tasting the tea. After taking a sip, he could feel the fragrance lingering in his mouth. It was different from ordinary tea. He then continued to speak. To the entire country, these thugs could only hide in the dark. Even if they had some allies, they would not be able to do much. Hearing Pei Yun's words, Takashi Ono's gaze sharpened and he snorted in disagreement. "No, Yamada-kun, I've received information about you. I'm very impressed with your martial arts and literary skills. You're indeed a warrior who is skilled in both literature and martial arts. However, I think you're very wrong about this. We're not wandering ghosts. We're the orthodox ones. The history of this world has been distorted. There was no great General Shinkawa or the Shinkawa shogunate in history. It's impossible to reverse the defeat of the shogunate. Yamada-kun, since you're so talented, why don't you turn to the light and join the emperor's camp? Samurai can only have value if they rely on the right master. Otherwise, they are just wild dogs. Yamada-kun, please consider it seriously. Please, Takashi Ono said earnestly and lowered his head to show his solemnity. Which emperor? Is it the emperor of this world or the emperor of your world? Pei Zi-yun shrugged his shoulders and asked. As far as I know, due to the changes in history, the emperors of each generation are different. Are you prepared to kill all 23 different emperors of the shogunate? This isn't the way of a minister, right? Ono Hatakashi fell silent once again. As a subject of the emperor, he had no way to refute Pei Zi-yun's words. Pei Zi-yun yawned and said, most importantly, the so-called legitimacy is nothing more than the greatest power in reality. The reason why I say that you're wandering ghosts is because of your history and the power behind you. In this world, you're not accepted and valued. The past generations were influenced by you. Instead of saying that it's for your orthodoxy, it's more accurate to say that they're working together to rebel against the shogunate. After all, there are many who are dissatisfied with the shogunate. Because of the common enemy, we're working together. Pei Zi-yun had long passed the age where he would be bothered by the orthodoxy. There was no good or evil in history, only power. So what if the original world was indeed orthodoxy? In this world, it was just an illusion. Take Oda Nobunaga for example. He died in battle, a fool with a tail, and an imbecile who lost his country. Kinoshita Hideyoshi was even more pitiful. No one knew about him. Experts researched and collected historical materials, but they only knew that he was a low-level samurai known as a monkey who died in battle with Oda Nobunaga. His name shook Japan, the first great general of the Tokugawa shogunate. He ruled the country for 265 years. Tokugawa Ieyasu was just a traitor to his old master, the Imagawa family. He knelt down and submitted to the great general of the Shinagawa shogunate. Hearing this and looking at the cold gaze opposite him, Ono answered without hesitation, I have to admit, from a certain point of view, this is indeed the case. But orthodoxy is orthodoxy. It's not something you can deny. The Tianjin deity is on our side. Is that so? The Tianjin deity is really on your side? Pei Zi-yun laughed and waved his hands, indicating that he wanted to end the conversation. There's no need to test each other, and there's no need to drag things out. These words should be left to others. Please go on your way. Hearing Pei Zi-yun's words, Ono Hatakashi was already mentally prepared for this, but his eyes still widened in shock. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, causing blood to flow out, but he didn't seem to feel it. Sigh, I thought that after dying once, I would face death with equanimity. But now, I don't think that I still have fear. Inoki Takashi smiled bitterly and looked relieved. Yamada-kun, since things have come to this point, I have nothing more to say. But I'm also a samurai, so please fulfill my last wish. Let me commit seppuku? Pei Zi-yun laughed. I can do that, but only on the stomach. Seeing that he had something to say, Pei Zi-yun waved his hand and said, Nanmu stabbed each other. The story of 7 lives serving the country was made up. At that time, Nanmu Masayoshi's son, Nanmu Masayoshi, was still running north and south. If one really caught up with him, he would be the first to do so. After that, it became common practice to commit seppuku. But most of the time, it was just a fan against the stomach. Samurai were ordered by the shogunate to commit seppuku. In actual fact, they were beheaded by mistake. No one actually cut open their stomach. Don't make things difficult for me. I understand. Thank you very much. In that case, Yamada-kun, please behead me. Takashi Inoki stood up and patted his clothes. He carefully tidied up his appearance and sat down facing the east. He found a folding fan and placed it against his abdomen. Then, he lowered his head and waited to be beheaded. Pei Zi-yun slowly raised his wooden blade and said, You seem to be in the wrong direction. You are now facing the east. According to Buddhist teachings, Buddha is in the west, so he should be facing the west. Anoki Takashi shook his head slowly and said, "Even so, I, Anoki Takashi, am loyal to the Emperor. The Emperor is the descendant of the Sun God. Therefore, when I die, I should be facing the east." "Is that so? You've stirred up trouble in this world and interfered with many fates. Do you still think that your soul can return?" Pei Ziyun could not help but ask. Hearing this, Anoki Takashi was shocked and seemed to understand. He looked at Yamada Shinichi and looked at his young face and mumbled, "So this is the backlash of the world? No wonder you've achieved so much at such a young age. You are the antibodies produced by this world." But before Anoki Takashi could finish his sentence, a circular arc flashed past. With a flash of the blade, Anoki Takashi's head fell to the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the corpse fell towards the east. The fresh blood and the dismembered corpse formed a strange and beautiful scene. Pei Ziyun had killed Anoki Takashi, but he did not care about all this. He lowered his head and slowly caressed the wooden blade, feeling the texture of the blade. A strange feeling entered Pei Ziyun's hands. He looked carefully at the wooden blade. Indeed, on the upper right corner of the blade, he could faintly see the face of Anoki Takashi, who was letting out a silent scream. Pei Ziyun looked back at the corpse behind him and said, "No matter how determined you are, when your soul is in this state, isn't it the same? If determination is useful, what's the use of strength? Let me see, who's your superior?" As he spoke, his eyes lit up. But at this moment, he felt a cold breeze coming from all directions. Pei Ziyun's eyes narrowed. He held the wooden blade with one hand and stretched out the other. Suddenly, he frowned. "This is fog." Previously, Pei Ziyun had encountered fog several times and was attacked in it. The fog in front of him seemed to be blocking the vision of a god. Pei Ziyun shook his head. "This fog is very useful. It's just that you've left too many traces. It hasn't even been half an hour since you left. Even if it's fog, how long can it delay me? Moreover, I'm different from before." As he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun opened the door and walked out. At the same time, his body emitted a faint light. Under the light, the fog quickly dissipated. In the distance, on the road that was neither fast nor slow, Li Tu, who was in the car, was pale. She groaned and her nose was bleeding. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Li Tu did not care about this. She hurriedly wiped the blood off her face and quickly took out her phone. She made a few phone calls. Then, she thought for a moment and ordered the driver, "Turn around and go to the Harajuku Cemetery." Chapter 760. Harajuku Cemetery. It was late, and there weren't many people in the cemetery. At first glance, there were only white tombstones. The cemetery was empty and cold. In Japan, according to the shape of the cemetery, it could be divided into general cemetery, lawn cemetery, and wall cemetery. According to the nature of the cemetery, it could be divided into public cemetery, folk cemetery, and temple cemetery. Harajuku Cemetery was a temple cemetery. Because of the high population density in Japan, the aging rate was very serious. These factors led to a serious shortage of cemeteries in many areas, especially in big cities like Tokyo, so Japan usually cremated. At the entrance, a car stopped, and a woman slowly got out of the car. As soon as she got out, she took off her veil. This mysterious woman was Sakato, who hadn't shown her face for a long time. Sakato went to the office alone. It was a 2-minute walk, but there was no one there. After a while, someone ran over and bowed. "I'm sorry, please forgive me. I wasn't here just now. Have you been waiting for a long time?" Sakato turned around and looked at Xiang Mao. Xiang Mao wasn't very old, around 40 or 50 years old, but she had a plump body and looked very kind. The management of the temple cemetery was a monk, and Japanese monks could get married. Doing business in the temple cemetery was related to the monk. It wasn't the monk himself, but his relatives and friends. "No, I just got here." Sakato looked a little haggard. She took out some money and handed it to Xiang Mao. She took a bouquet of white flowers from her hand. The monk's wife, Xiang Mao, looked at Sakato's pale face and haggard eyes. She bowed slightly to show her respect. At the same time, she thought to herself, "Ah, another pitiful person. What a pity." At this time, because it wasn't the normal time to worship, Sakato didn't have the mood to do so, so she walked directly to the cemetery. If she followed the normal procedure of worshipping relatives, Sakato would first go to the main hall to worship the main Buddha and tell the monks that she had come to disturb them. She would also need to give some money to the monks before going to the cemetery. But at this time, Sakato didn't care about that. That was the cemetery of Nishibetsu Keiji, which was specially arranged by Sakato. The Banto Consortium had no shortage of high-level cemeteries. Not to mention, there was a special family cemetery in Hokkaido, located in the sacred forest of the Haratoriheim Shrine, located on a mountain, surrounded by what seemed to be a park. In fact, it was. The trees were covered with thick snow, and it was a popular place for locals to stroll. It was quiet and serene. The sound of footsteps and the cawing of crows could be heard along the way, giving the dead a very good rest. Because of this, the Sakato family felt it was strange that Sakato wanted to bury her husband in the temple graveyard, but under Sakato's insistence, he was buried here. Perhaps Sasako considered that Keiji of the West Mansion is only a son-in-law and has not made any contributions? In the past, according to the rules, only members of the Banto family or those who had made great contributions to the Banto financial group, retainers, could be buried here. On the other hand, Keiji of Nishibe House married into the Sakato Consortium. His ability was mediocre and he was not particularly outstanding. The only commendable thing was that he loved his wife, Sakato. According to the tradition, they should not be allowed to enter, but now is not the ancient times. This aspect has been relaxed a lot. If they want to enter, no one will object. Besides, Keiji of Nishibe House died in the line of duty. The Banto family respected Sakato even more. At this time, Sakato walked to a grave. The tombstone was very simple, but there was a photo of Keiji of Nishibe House. Looking at the man with a simple and honest smile in the photo, Sakato couldn't help but reach out and touch the tombstone. There was a trace of tears in the corner of her eyes. "Keiji, I won't let you be alone forever. I'll be with you soon." As Sakato spoke, she sunk into her memories. It was unknown what she recalled, but she suddenly smiled. At this time, a person came over. She wore a long dress and looked solemn. She gently bent down and offered flowers in front of Keiji of Nishibe House's tombstone. It was Sakato Kawako. The sky was getting dark. The light cast long shadows on the tombstones and shrubs, but Kawako Sakato exuded a kind of peace that didn't make people feel gloomy at all in this atmosphere. Instead, they felt a kind of peace, just like a person who was alone in a garden with a sense of tranquility. Sakato just stood there, ignoring Kawako. Her hand stroked the tombstone with a softer force. "Sakato, my dear aunt, I really didn't expect you to be a member of the Tabaku." After a long period of silence, Kawako slowly raised her head and said with melancholy, "It's really hard to imagine that the eldest daughter of the previous generation of the Sakato family was a member of the Tabaku. Even now, I still can't find any disharmony with you. So, you're not a demon that took over your body, right?" Kawako said lightly. Sakato didn't say anything. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it." Kawako didn't find this reaction strange at all. She smiled and said, "Let me guess. You're actually a reincarnation. It doesn't matter if you're a member of the Tabaku after reincarnation. You are Sakato, but you were forcibly awakened." That's why you went to the sanatorium for a period of time, because your mental state wasn't quite right. The murder was just a cover-up, or something you did when you fell into a state of insanity. When you come out of the sanatorium, you will no longer be Sakato Sasako. Am I right? Kawako Sakato slowly said to Sakato Sasako. Now that I think about it, you've completely replaced the original Sakato. But since you're from the same origin, there's no abnormality. Sakato Sakato still didn't say anything, as if she wasn't shocked by these words. Actually, there's nothing wrong with this. When two armies fight, there's nothing they can't do. But I have a question. Kawako approached Sakato Sakato and took a step forward. She stared at her eyes and asked, Sakato, do you really love Nishibetsu? Hearing this, Sakato Sakato's body trembled. Her originally silent demeanor showed some crack. The shadow of Nishibetsu's Keiji appeared in her mind. She remembered that she fell into a state of insanity and was about to be destroyed. If reincarnation was so easy to wake up, it wouldn't be so difficult. But a man saved her with love. One day it was her birthday. Keiji of Nishibetsu made a kite and gave it to her. When she was a little sober, she once said that her favorite thing when she was a child was flying kites. But now that she grew up, she didn't have the chance and no one to accompany her. Keiji of Nishibetsu specially prepared this gift for her that day. When Sakato Sakato received it, she wasn't happy. Instead, she scolded Keiji, saying that he didn't even know how to give a gift and that he had no taste. Although Keiji of Nishibetsu was scolded, he still didn't feel wronged. Instead, he just looked at Sakato Sakato and smiled. At this moment, Keiji of Nishibetsu's silly smile kept appearing in front of Sakato Sakato. She couldn't help but smile, nodded and said, Yes, I love him. I didn't love him before, but after more than 10 years, I've been moved by him. Sakato Sakato said and wiped the photo of Keiji of Nishibetsu with her hand. Her eyes were blurred as she fell into memories. So, if that's the case, why did you still kill him? Sakato Sakato suddenly asked. Sakato Sakato's smiling face revealed a complex expression. Sweetness, remorse, and resoluteness seemed to be there. She faintly smiled and spoke to Sakato Kawako. Her tone was gentle and elegant, as if she was a young lady from a prestigious family. However, it sounded a bit creepy. Because Keiji is not only a good husband, but also a good man who is loyal to his duty. Keiji knows that his talent is mediocre. He feels sorry for me and the Sakato family, so he actively wants to show off. Especially the key to resurrecting you. When Sakato Sakato said this, her voice finally became a little sharp, and she spoke faster. Even though I have hinted many times, unfortunately, he didn't care. Stupid Keiji. Sakato Sakato's eyes unconsciously shed tears. I have hinted to him many times. How could he not understand? Sakato Sakato's eyes were red, and her face showed a heartbroken expression. Really? In fact, I understand that you want to kill me. After all, we are enemies. Sakato Sakato instantly understood. Her face showed that she couldn't bear it, and she said slowly, Just for the sake of your dream, you killed your husband who loved you deeply? Sakato Sakato sighed, showing pity instead of hatred. Do you know what you have lost? No one loves you as much as Keiji. Not only women, but men as well. There is such a passage in the Seven Samurai. Naoko met an undercover samurai. Sakato Sakato sighed slightly. But how could a kind-hearted woman like her think that the man she loved and dedicated her life to was a man who was determined to sacrifice his family for the sake of righteousness? Reading this, thinking about the present, I can't help but feel sad, even if it wasn't me. Sakato, do you understand? How could I not understand? The organization taught her the principles, telling her that only love for the organization was the highest, and she could sacrifice everything for it. The man from West Villa, who showed her how beautiful it was to be loved unconditionally, and who showed her the difference between family and organization, died just like that. Or did she tell the organization her whereabouts? How many times had she called out Keiji at night, and only the cold echo made her understand how heavy this love was, and how regretful it was to lose it. She recognized a fact. This love she would never get a second time. So, how will the family deal with me? After a moment of silence, Sakato calmed down and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Since you have found out that I am a member of the Tabaku, that is why I told you that there is no second Keiji of Nishibe. Sakato Kawako answered without the slightest hesitation. Maybe Keiji of Nishibe will forgive you, but among the 7 samurai, the head of the Morimoto family said, "Don't listen to Ishimaru Yuji, Naoko's husband, don't try to understand him, just execute him. Expel Ishimaru Yuji from the family, don't record his deeds and name, erase all traces of him, don't let it affect yourself and future generations. For people like you, the best punishment is to let you die silently and be forgotten forever without being able to speak your righteousness." Sakato Kawako said coldly, but her eyes were sad. Because when you made the choice to kill your family for the sake of righteousness, don't try to get your family's understanding. You are a member of the Tabaku. Your family name is no longer Sakato, but Meiji. Please go back to your home, don't come back. Sakato Kawako bowed slightly. I deeply agree with this, and so does my grandfather. Sakato, I'm sorry, please don't come back. Chapter 761. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves fell, casting a shadow on Sakato Kawako. After saying these words, she turned around and left, closing her eyes in silence. At this time, Pei Yun appeared from behind a tombstone. The moonlight shone on him as he panted, "Finally made it, looks like I'm not late." He then nodded to Sakato Kawako, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's you." Sakato Kawako, who was standing in front of the tombstone, was not surprised. She lowered her head again and gently arranged the white flowers. She then took out a small bottle, opened it, and whispered to the tombstone, "Jingji, when you left home, you said you wanted to drink sake tonight. Now I've brought it, please drink to your heart's content." Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture didn't have many hobbies when he was alive. He liked to play chess and he was a 6th-dan amateur. However, in the Banto family, those who could play chess with Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture were either highly skilled or pressed for time. Therefore, most of the time, Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture just silently played chess by himself. As for Keiji of Nishibuka, he had another hobby, which was drinking. He was tightly controlled by Sakako. She rarely allowed Keiji of Nishibuka to drink because Sakako didn't like drunk men. Thinking of this, Sakato Kawako took the small bottle and slowly poured it. This bottle of sake was called White Snow, which was also Jingji's favorite kind of sake. The wine was slowly sprinkled in front of the tombstone, and slowly soaked into the ground. Soon, the small bottle of sake was emptied. Sakato retracted her hand and a smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Pei Yun, who had been watching silently all this while, finally made his move. He bowed slightly once more, and a white arc of light flashed past, followed by the flash of a blade. Sakato Kawako's head flew off, and her body fell on the tombstone. Blood splattered everywhere, and the picture of Jingji, which had been cleaned up, was stained red with blood. In the picture, Jingji had an honest smile on his face, and when paired with the blood, it was a strange sight. Pei Yun kept his blade, and did not look at the scene in front of him. He turned around and left, chasing after Sakato Kawako. Beside him, several men in black bowed slightly and walked towards the tombstone. There was no one else in the Harajuku tree graveyard at this time. The empty graveyard was cold and desolate. Pei Yun and Bandong Kawako walked side by side, stepping on the pebbles beneath their feet. The path leading to the main gate seemed to be a little long. Not far away, there were a few white flowers dotting the path, making it seem unusually peaceful. The lights from afar shone into the path, making it look like a rosy sunset. Even if it's an ordinary scenery, as long as you can observe it, it's as beautiful as a dream. Don't you think so, Yamada-kun? Pei-Zi-Yun broke the silence and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, then to the Sakato family, how would they announce the matter regarding Sakato? We, the Sakato family, have reached an agreement to deal with this matter. Later, we will say that Sakato had a car accident. Kawako Sakato said softly, and there will be a grand funeral. Kawako gently turned around and looked at his expression. She then asked, Yamada-kun, you seem to be a little unhappy? Yes, a little. Pei-Zi-Yun nodded slowly. The shadows of many people flashed before his eyes. He smiled slightly and said, maybe I'm a selfish person. Seeing the scene of Sakato and Keiji Nishibo made me feel a little emotional. I look forward to my family and lover. They will love their family more than any other organization, and not the other way around. So I don't want to face this situation, even as an outsider. Pei-Zi-Yun's voice was a little low. Love yourself, love your family, love your neighbor, love your hometown, love your country, love the world. As Kawako said this, she thought of something and suddenly smiled. Ha, Yamada-kun, this seems to be the morality of the opposite continent. Yes, it's true. Pei-Zi-Yun didn't deny it and nodded gently. The opposite continent belongs to one's family and lover. This is very much in line with my opinion. That's why I said that maybe I'm a selfish person. But I always feel that sacrifice is inevitable. But those who talk about sacrifice must be at a disadvantage. Yamada-kun, what do you mean? Kawako opened her eyes wide, her pupils flashing like stars. When the granary is full, one knows etiquette. When one has enough food and clothing, one knows honor and disgrace. These words came from the opposite continent, Guanzhong, who assisted Duke Huan of Qi to become the #1 overlord during the spring and autumn period. I deeply agree with that. And it's not just people, it's the same for organizations. A powerful and prosperous organization and country will not just talk about sacrifice because they have spare strength. When sacrifice is the main method, it's either at the end of the road or fighting to the death. That's not a normal organization or country. Sacrifice is the norm. In history, there has never been a person who lived for 100 years. Let's not talk about others. Take Sakato and Keiji Nishibo as an example. If she was on the shogunate side, she wouldn't need to be so extreme. The shogunate would have the time to use more moderate means to deal with it. But in the face of the anti-shogun, she had no choice but to survive. When Kawako heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. She pondered for a moment and looked at him with admiration. Indeed, the anti-shogun army often shouted, "The rise or fall of the empire depends on this battle. It's time for everyone to show their loyalty." But the shogunate rarely said that. Even if they did, they would say, "Everyone, be careful. Capture all these wandering ghosts in one fell swoop. If you encounter any resistance, please call for support." This is the difference between the strong and the weak. Yamada-kun has seen through the essence. Pei-Zi-Yun stretched and yawned. He said to Kawako, "You praise me too much. What I want to do most now is to go home. Whether it's Mom's food or Naomi's food, they can comfort my heart. So, I won't continue to waste your time. I'll go back first." Pei-Zi-Yun said, bowed his head and turned to leave. Looking at Pei-Zi-Yun's receding figure, Kawako's smile faded. She murmured, "Sacrificing one's loved ones is the unwillingness of the weak to resist. Is that what you think, Yamada-kun?" Kawako was deep in thought. Not far away, a dark black car was parked. Seeing Kawako approaching, someone immediately opened the door. She got in and immediately said, Go to the Antler Hall immediately. Yes. The driver responded respectfully and the car slowly started. Antler Hall. This was a quiet and peaceful mountainous area with green trees. Crossing the highway at night, the office workers were still working overtime. Passing through a certain district, the number of single-family houses increased significantly. Parks, art galleries, and libraries could be seen from time to time. The car moved at a fast speed and gradually, the terrain became higher. The winding mountain road became brighter, and at the end of the lights, a mansion appeared. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that the mansion was very large. In fact, it was an important gathering place for the Kawako clan. Now, it was the place where the previous head of the clan, Kawako Sakato, lived in seclusion. When they arrived, the double iron gate slowly opened, and the car slowly drove in. It was late at night and several windows were still lit. Kawako got out of the car. A middle-aged maid stood at the door, wearing a black and white dress. She bowed and greeted, "You're back." Kawako nodded, "Kawaguchi." After entering, the front hall, smooth marble floor, luxurious crystal chandeliers, and other things were needless to say. The maid, Kawaguchi, silently led them to the end of the corridor on the second floor. The room inside didn't have too many decorations, and Kawako Sakato was sitting cross-legged. Kawako pushed the door open, bowed and said, "Grandpa, I'm back." "Yo, Kawako." An old voice responded. Although Kawako Sakato's hair was white 6 months ago, he was full of vigor and strong. But now, he looked old with drooping eyelids and more age spots. Kawako Sakato's heart was slightly sour, but she couldn't do anything about it. People all over the world had the illness of retirement, but the more power they held, the more serious the illness would be after retirement. Kawako Sakato could be considered to have adjusted it well. At this time, Kawako Sakato opened his eyes and slowly asked, "Sakato, did you go?" Yes. Kawako Sakato replied. Alas. Hearing this, Kawako Sakato couldn't help but sigh. The glimmer of hope in his eyes was suddenly extinguished, and his expression turned gloomy. He seemed to want to say something, but before he could say anything, he suddenly gasped for breath. Kawako Sakato was already prepared and immediately shouted, "Doctor! Doctor!" 2 doctors rushed in. One of them observed Kawako Sakato's pupils, while the other checked his pulse. They secretly heaved a sigh of relief and gave him an injection. They wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "Don't worry, His Excellency is fine. He's just a bit out of breath due to mood swings, but it's nothing serious. Now that I've given him an injection, he'll feel better in a while." Sure enough, Kawako Sakato recovered after a while. Kawako Sakato worriedly said, "Grandpa, are you all right?" Kawako Sakato forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, Kawako. I've been through a lot of storms. Alas, Sakato, it's good that he's gone." After saying these 2 sentences, Kawako Sakato also sighed, "She's my daughter after all. Although I've made up my mind, it's impossible not to feel pain." Alas. As expected, Kawako Sakato gently sighed and asked, "Kawako, how will you deal with Kohei?" "Kohei of Nishide Prefecture is my aunt's son. My aunt died in a car accident and his father also passed away. He lost both parents." Kawako Sakato suddenly recalled Yamada Shinichi's words and slowly said, "But Kohei is still a member of our Sakato family. Although he's still young, he should inherit the family property. Grandpa, why don't you personally supervise him? Kohei will be an adult in 10 years. I believe Grandpa can take good care of him. In this case, whether it's Sakato or Nishide Prefecture, they will be relieved." "Very good, Kawako. You're right." Kawako Sakato's face showed a bit of relief. He was originally worried that Kohei of Nishide Prefecture would be ruthlessly killed by Kawako Sakato. Hearing this made him happy. When he was young, Kawako Sakato was decisive and merciless. But now that he was old, he was especially nostalgic. He didn't have many real family members left. Sakato had passed away, and her son-in-law, Keiji of Nishide Prefecture, had also passed away. His grandson, Kohei of Nishide Prefecture, was his real family member. Naturally, he couldn't bear to see Kohei of Nishide Prefecture end up in such a miserable state. More importantly, the Sakato family was now a consortium, and they needed a tough and humane leader to unite the family. Originally, Sakato Kishi wanted to teach Kawako Sakato a lesson, but he didn't expect that Kawako Sakato could handle the situation so perfectly. Such tolerance was really rare. Fortunately, the worst situation didn't happen. Kawako Sakato thought. He wanted to ask Yamada Shinichi why he was too close to his granddaughter. But at this moment, he was satisfied and didn't want to care about it. He gently said, "You've grown up, Kawako. I'm very relieved to entrust the Sakato family to you. I'm tired." "Hey." Kawako Sakato got up. "Grandpa, I won't disturb your rest." Having said that, Kawako Sakato slowly retreated from the room and closed the door. Chapter 762. Kawako hurriedly came out of the antler house. She took out her mobile to check the time and went to the door. At this time, a silver-white car was already waiting in the antler house. A middle-aged man wearing glasses bowed respectfully and opened the door. When Kawako entered the car, the middle-aged man said, "Excuse me." Kawako entered and handed a stack of information to Kawako. Kawako didn't care about it and took a look. This man was Yuguchi Fumio. Although he wasn't a member of the Kawako family, he was an important confidant of the previous head of the Kawako consortium, Kawako Sakato. In the past, Yuguchi Fumio was in charge of collecting and handling a lot of information about Kawako Sakato. Now that Kawako Sakato had stepped down as the head, he handed over the corresponding forces to Kawako. The intelligence unit that Yuguchi Fumio was in charge of was also handed over to Kawako Sakato. Yuguchi Fumio pushed his glasses with a respectful expression and said, "According to this clue, we have investigated the situation related to Sakato Sakato. All the information is inside." Sakato Sakato was originally an important member of the Kawako family. In fact, the information was very detailed, but no one thought that way. Now, all the clues were strung together. Yuguchi Fumio looked at the girl in front of him. The soft straight hair hanging down from the exquisite bun was indeed very beautiful. Yuguchi Fumio hesitated for a moment before he asked in a gentle tone, "How is Kawako Sakato now?" Kawako slightly raised her head and smiled. She knew that Yuguchi Fumio was puzzled and worried. After all, Kawako Sakato hadn't reached the point where he couldn't move. Moreover, even if the position was to be passed down, it should be a son. How could it be a granddaughter? He's indeed worthy of being a person valued by Grandpa. He does have some loyalty. Kawako thought and said, "Don't worry. Grandpa is fine now. In fact, you can visit Grandpa more often. He won't despise you." Understood. Even if they couldn't salute in the car, Yuguchi Fumio still bowed his head to show respect. Kawako no longer spoke and looked at the information given by Yuguchi Fumio. It was very thick with photos and information. If an ordinary person saw these things, it would be very difficult to understand them in a short time because there were too many things. Kawako Sakato didn't feel anything about it. She squinted her eyes and quickly flipped through the information. Soon, the car arrived at a place and slowly came to a stop. When Kawako Sakato came out, someone immediately came to greet her. The person who greeted Kawako Sakato was a middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform. His skin was slightly tanned, and he looked very spirited. When he saw Kawako Sakato, he immediately gave a military salute and asked respectfully, "Are you Lord Ueji?" "Yes, I am." Kawako nodded slightly. The middle-aged man bowed slightly and introduced himself. Lady Yuki, my name is Yamauchi Aisuke, East Universal Company's Lieutenant Colonel. Higashi Company was the abbreviation of the General Division Company directly under Tokyo. In Japanese, company meant wing, regimental level. In terms of establishment, there were only 330 people, only one-third of the normal establishment of 1,200 people, and it was rarely full. However, the members were all elite. They had received special reconnaissance, communication interference, three-way secret infiltration, mountain mobility, air mobility, island attack and defense, position construction, assault, and so on. The commander rank was lieutenant colonel. Higashi Company emphasized on quick response. They didn't have heavy weapons, but they had a group of helicopters with missiles. It could be said that they emphasized on quick response and rapid annihilation. They were mainly used to deal with terrorist incidents. Kawako Sakato's eyes flickered slightly. She immediately knew Yamauchi Aisuke's identity. The Tokyo Kaisei Red Army case that shocked Japan was handled by Higashi Company. Of course, Higashi Company didn't only handle these cases. They also handled more cases that ordinary people didn't know about. Yamauchi Aisuke slightly leaned to the side, revealing the two lieutenant colonel officers behind him. Noju Kanzuya and Shanta Shinichi immediately saluted Kawako Sakato. At the same time, they said, Lady Ueji, we are the captains of Vulture Division. We will cooperate with you in this operation. Then, they bowed deeply and said sincerely, Lady Ueji, everything is in your hands. Kawako Sakato was also very familiar with Vulture Division. Higashi Company didn't have many units. There were only 3 divisions: Vulture, Eagle, and Grizzly. Among the 3 special forces, Vulture was the best at information warfare and long-range sniping. At this time, a staff officer trotted over, quickly saluted, and reported, Lady Ueji, this is the organized document. Please have a look. Kawako Sakato took the document and flipped through it. Yamauchi Aisuke also explained to Kawako Sakato, at present, the suspected targets are Furoku Yukiji, Hiura Kazuo, and Kaibei Kenichiro. Among them, Hiura Kazuo is the most suspicious. We have analyzed Sakato's latest call record. 2 of the calls are related to Hiura Kazuo. In particular, our investigators have found that Hiura Kazuo's recent actions are very strange. Through analysis of various information, we have further gathered information on Hiura Kazuo in the past few months. Compared with the past, there are some abnormalities. Our people are quite certain that he is one of the people behind the curtains. As for the other 2, Furoku Yukiji and Kaibei Kenichiro, they are also quite suspicious. In this case, investigate the net first and wait for my order. Kawako Sakato said, looking at the information thoughtfully. Yes. The 3 answered at the same time. Hayakawa clan in the bedroom, there were a few dolls on the bed, and a thick cookbook was displayed on the bookshelf. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi was holding her head with both hands, her eyes carefully staring at the screen. At the same time, she kept talking to herself, this edamame-wrapped rice cake looks good. Mashed edamame-wrapped rice cake is a dessert. Yamada-kun will definitely like it. Hey, there is also Furoku on it, but I have already learned it last time. But speaking of it, it's good. Yamada-kun praised it last time. Well, the color of this eel rice is a bit tempting, but Yamada-kun doesn't seem to like eels. Well, I have to learn from this dish as well. Hayakawa Naomi kept flipping through the cookbook, analyzing Pei Ziyun's taste buds as she muttered to herself. As she spoke, the image of Pei Ziyun appeared in her mind. Her face turned red, and her eyes became misty as she smiled happily. All of a sudden, Hayakawa Naomi heard a knocking sound. Is mother knocking on the door? It was impossible for her father to be home at this time, as it was still early. But when she listened carefully, she realized that it was not the door, but the window. Hayakawa Naomi was shocked and rubbed her face. She looked out of the window and saw a figure. Who is it? Hayakawa Naomi was even more frightened. She took a step back and observed the situation. The Japanese were usually very polite, but they were also very perverted. The main reason was that they were under too much pressure. Looking closely, she realized that it was Pei Ziyun. Department head, why is it you? Hayakawa Naomi was surprised and overjoyed. Without thinking, she opened the window. Pei Ziyun leaped into Hayakawa Naomi's room easily. He did not make a sound, but he still tried to reprimand her. Naomi, why did you open the window so quickly? What if it's a bad person? Hayakawa Naomi led the department head to a chair and poured him a cup of tea. How could the department head be a bad person? Please have some tea. Pei Ziyun took the tea and took a sip. He was satisfied and shouted, I'm indeed thirsty, Naomi. I've been busy the whole day and am hungry. Get me something to eat. Once I've brought it, I'll leave. Hi. Hayakawa Naomi immediately agreed, her face turning even redder. She was shocked, but more than that, she was overjoyed. The department head had been busy the whole day, and yet she came all the way here just to eat my food. Is this an affirmation of my abilities? Naomi, you can do it. You've already completed half of your cultivation. Hayakawa Naomi walked out of the door and looked around. She realized that her mother was not in the kitchen and hurried over. When she reached the kitchen, she realized that she had not disturbed her mother. She heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest as she got busy. Hayakawa Naomi looked around the kitchen to see if there were any other ingredients as she chanted. This time, Pei Ziyun was very lucky. This was because the kitchen was filled with ingredients that Hayakawa Naomi had specially prepared. The last time Pei Ziyun said that the Fukawa Oki was delicious, she was prepared to cook for him again. However, Hayakawa Naomi did not expect Pei Ziyun to barge in so suddenly. However, no matter what happened, Yamada-kun was satisfied to be able to eat her own food. Hayakawa Naomi thought to herself as a smile appeared on her face. The Fukawa Oki was originally a dish invented by the fishermen of the Fukawa region during the Edo period. It was a dish that could be cooked and eaten on the spot. But now, when paired with all sorts of delicious seafood, the taste was even better. As Hayakawa Naomi prepared the ingredients, she muttered, I'll use clams this time. The taste will definitely be better. Also, the oil tofu and miso soup were prepared by me. I'm sure the taste will be even better this time. Very quickly, Hayakawa Naomi finished cooking the Fukawa Oki. She looked at her work with satisfaction and carefully placed it into a lunchbox that she had prepared earlier. She then brought the lunchbox into the room. Pei Ziyun received it and said, Naomi, you're so fast. Your cooking has improved again. I'll make a move first. As he said this, Pei Ziyun leaped out of the window. His movements were nimble. Although this world did not support certain mystical abilities, he was as light as a swallow. Hayakawa Naomi hurriedly rushed to the window and watched as Pei Ziyun disappeared into the street. She was stunned for a long time before she regained her senses. Back on the bed, Hayakawa Naomi lay down. Her mind was filled with the blood stains on Pei Ziyun's body. Yamada-kun, was that blood? Hayakawa Naomi had long known that Pei Ziyun was different from ordinary people. But this time it was the proof. As she thought about it, she could not help but worry. Yamada-kun said that he was a samurai. The 3,000 Zisan are strange as well. Even Kawako practices the way of the sword every day and never slacks off. Only I don't. But as long as Yamada-kun likes my cooking, I'll be satisfied. Hayakawa Naomi thought as she lay on the bed. Her eyelids grew heavy as she fell asleep. Unknowingly, her vision was filled with ripples of light. She felt as though she was submerged in water. Unknowingly, she felt that the light was clearer this time. In the past, it was like a dream. But now, it seemed to have color. Chapter 763. Dong, Dong, Dong. The next morning, Hayakawa Naomi woke up from her sleep. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. She opened her eyes and looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was time to go to school. Yesterday was a rest day, and that was why Hayakawa Naomi could stay at home for so long. She had the time to prepare food and learn some dishes. Hayakawa Naomi pinched her face with her small hands, exhaled, took a deep breath, rolled on the bed, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. Hayakawa Naomi brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth. She felt that something was wrong. Her head seemed to be hurting more than usual. She didn't know why, but she felt very tired and wanted to sleep. Hayakawa Taduko looked at her daughter and noticed that something was wrong. She touched her daughter's forehead to feel her temperature. "Naomi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Did you catch a cold or something? I don't think you have a fever." Hayakawa Taduko felt relieved when she felt the warmth from her palm. Hayakawa Naomi brushed her teeth and smiled at her mother. "I'm fine. Don't worry, Mom. Don't worry. I just had a slight headache. I'm fine now." Hayakawa Naomi looked at her mother's worried eyes. She didn't want to tell her mother about her condition because she knew the real condition of her family. In the past few years, a few major events had happened to her family, and they had spent most of their savings. It was not easy for her mother to pay for her education. Hayakawa Naomi knew that she was not feeling well, but she still hid it. After breakfast, Hayakawa Naomi carried her backpack and went to school. On the way, her head was still aching. It seemed that she had dreamed about something very important last night. Hayakawa Naomi didn't know why she had such a thought, but her intuition told her that she had a dream that might be very important to her. Hayakawa Naomi's mind was filled with the dream last night. But to her dismay, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember what she dreamed about last night. All she could remember was a sparkling water and a very familiar face. On the tram, Hayakawa Naomi was still trying to remember. At this time, because it was rush hour, there were many people on the train. Naomi Hayakawa was too focused on her dream, and as the train shook, she accidentally stepped on the leather shoes of a middle-aged man in a black suit. Hayakawa Naomi felt something was wrong. When she saw that she had stepped on someone else's shoe, her face turned pale. "I'm sorry. I accidentally stepped on your shoe. If you don't mind, let me wipe it for you." Then, Hayakawa Naomi took out a tissue from her pocket and prepared to wipe the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man was a little unhappy, but when he saw that it was a middle school student, his unhappy face gradually became gentle. "No, it's not important. Go to school in peace." Hayakawa Naomi bowed profusely and thanked him. When she got off the train, she patted the ground with her small hands and heaved a sigh of relief. The place where she got off was the school gate, and it was quite a distance from the classroom. Hayakawa Naomi had to walk a short distance to get there. The road was filled with students. Even though Hayakawa Naomi accidentally stepped on someone else on the tram, she was still thinking about the dream she had last night. She walked with small steps and murmured, "Water? Where is the water? It's so troublesome. Where is it? I seem to remember a fragment. In a palace, a person was reading a book, and she could get close to it." Hayakawa Naomi looked at it, and suddenly, the face became clear. It was her face. "Ah!" Hayakawa Naomi screamed and fell. She was so focused that she did not pay attention to where she was going, and she accidentally knocked into a tree. The students around her stopped to see what happened to her. Hayakawa Naomi, who was covering her head, blushed when she saw so many students looking at her. A male classmate asked warmly, "Classmate, are you all right? Do you need any help?" Hayakawa Naomi shook her head awkwardly. "I'm sorry. It's all right. I didn't sleep well last night and was in a daze. Thank you for your concern." Hayakawa Naomi waited for her classmates to return to normal, and did not dare to be distracted. She then walked towards the classroom. After walking for a while, She felt her mind go blank. What did I just think of? How did I forget it? National Domination Club. Pei Ziyun went to the club in the afternoon and opened the door. Someone's here? Someone opened the door. It was Murata Saikairo. After a year, he had grown taller and more muscular. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he immediately bowed. It's the leader. Good afternoon, it's hot outside. Please come in and take a rest. It's Saikairo. Pei Ziyun walked in and noticed that the room was air-conditioned. He noticed that it had been cleaned and the floor was smooth. He then said, "Thank you for your hard work. Did anything happen recently?" "No, nothing much. If there's anything, Hayakawa-san, something seems wrong this morning." Murata Saikairo was still very respectful towards the leader, and replied respectfully. Pei Ziyun's eyes narrowed. "Is that so? What's wrong?" Murata Saikairo bowed slightly and said softly, "Today, Hayakawa-san's face was pale. She even fainted during class. She's now in the infirmary, resting in bed." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he immediately stood up. "If that's the case, I have to go take a look. What's going on? Could it be a summer cold?" At this point, a beeping sound rang out, and Pei Ziyun took a step forward. He frowned and picked up the phone. It was a call from Sakana-san. "Hey, Sakana-san, are you there?" Sakana-san's voice sounded from the phone. "Yes, I'm here. What's the matter? What's the matter?" Pei Ziyun asked calmly. "It's like this, Sakana-san. There's an urgent matter. We've received a request from the shogunate, and they want you to head over immediately. There's already someone waiting outside." "A request from the shogunate? All right, I'll be there immediately." Pei Ziyun frowned. Although he had entered a democratic society, the shogunate was still very powerful. Furthermore, it was still a government in name. This request was impossible to refuse. He then turned to Murata Saikairo and said, "Help me take a look at Naomi. I'm really sorry, something came up." "Hi, Chief, please go ahead. I'll pass the message." Pei Ziyun left the school gates. Not far away, a middle-aged man in a light blue suit was waiting. He looked very ordinary, no different from an office worker. He was currently observing his surroundings and quickly taking note. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he walked up to him. "Lord Yamada, please come over. The car is here." An unassuming car drove over. Pei Ziyun got in and sat down. The middle-aged man said, "I'm Mienai Hiroto, your contact person." Mienai Hiroto bowed slightly. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Please take a look at these pictures and information for more details." Mienai Hiroto sent the information to Pei Ziyun on his phone. Pei Ziyun glanced at it and nodded before sinking into the car. The car moved quickly and steadily until it reached a large building. Mienai Hiroto led him into an elevator. The elevator was silent, and the silence was somewhat oppressive. When they reached the 21st floor, there were people in suits waiting in the corridor. "They're soldiers." With just a glance, Pei Ziyun could tell that this was their aura. He had fought with many soldiers and had commanded armies before. He was all too familiar with this aura. These people were all fierce, and it was obvious that they were armed. Mienai Hiroto did not make a sound. He showed them his pass and entered. "Ah, Yamada-kun, you're here." Kawako greeted Pei Ziyun with a smile when she saw him. Pei Ziyun lowered his head slightly to show his politeness. He then went straight to the point. "Kawako, why did the shogunate summon me? What's the situation now?" Kawako smiled faintly and led Pei Ziyun forward. The room was filled with screens, and several people were anxiously working on them. On the screens, Pei Ziyun could clearly see that these were all scenes of arrest. And the people who were arrested, if he wasn't mistaken, were. Before he could finish his thoughts, Kawako leaned to the side and pointed at the screen. She said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, please take a look. These are all the scenes of the arrest of the people who were arrested. There are a total of 11 places. We've arranged a time to arrest them at the same time to prevent them from being linked together. Pei Ziyun looked carefully and saw that some of the scenes were in apartments, some were in commercial buildings, and some were in villas. He couldn't help but nod in praise, as expected of Kawako. Amazing. In such a short period of time, you've managed to find so many people who were arrested. Kawako pursed her lips, and her eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. She said softly, "Actually, this is not the work of our Banto group. It's mostly due to the power of the shogunate. Moreover, you've played a huge role. You were the one who linked all these clues together." Just as Kawako finished speaking, a staff officer rushed in and shouted, "Report, Lady Yuki, there's an emergency. Hiyura Kazuo has discovered our intentions. He's prepared in advance and fled to Mount Chigo. What's more, he brought a large number of weapons with him and kidnapped hundreds of ordinary tourists. Our men are now rushing up the mountain." Kawako's expression changed. Without hesitation, she immediately ordered, "Get on the helicopter and set off immediately. We'll take command from here." Mount Chigo. This was a flaming mountain. To be more precise, it was a group of volcanoes, surrounded by a large area of wild forest. Many wild animals lived here, which brought a lot of vitality to Mount Chigo. Although Mount Chigo wasn't high, the terrain was steep. It had the reputation of, every 5 steps, there's a mountain, there's a scenery. The scenery was spectacular and it was a tourist attraction. Due to the dangerous terrain, many Japanese tourists were injured or killed here every year. Even so, it didn't stop countless tourists from coming to Mount Chigo. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, there was a solemn atmosphere. Numerous police cars arrived, and it looked like there were hundreds of police officers surrounding the area. At the same time, the military police were shouting through the loudspeaker, "You've been surrounded. Surrender quickly." Further away, the helicopter was rapidly approaching. Chapter 764. Qianhu Mountain. The helicopter quickly approached. The interior was very quiet, only the faint sound of the helicopter and the rhythmic sound of the machine could be heard. Pei Ziyun sat in the cabin and felt a strong premonition. It was not necessarily a bad feeling but a feeling of great change. He suddenly thought of Luobwa Island, Yi Suer Chi Qianye, Liao Qingye and Chu Xia. I will never forget them. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes. The helicopter was descending, and the police came to greet them. At this time, 200 to 300 people had gathered. Kawako got out of the car and was greeted by the police. On the screen was a map. A second lieutenant reported, "There are only 3 roads in Qianhu Mountain, and they are all very steep. The helicopter can go up, but it is difficult to land, and there are hostages. But the criminals have nowhere to escape." Listening to the report, Kawako looked at Yizhou and Yen. "You are the commander, please take command." "Hey, don't worry, Master Kawako, we will solve everything." Yizhou and Yen looked at the mountain, smiled and said. They sat in front of the screen and commanded, "Release the drone." The drone flew up and gradually recorded everything on the mountain. Kawako looked at the screen calmly, only to feel her palms slightly sweaty. She looked at Pei Ziyun and saw that he was looking at her coldly. Samada-kun is really calm. She looked back and saw a large group of people on a flat terrain halfway up the mountain. This group of people seemed to be tourists. There were men and women, and there were even children. It did not look good. From time to time, she could hear the sound of crying and sobbing, but the movement was very subtle, and it was obvious that they were trying to suppress their emotions. Around them, there were heavily armed men pointing their guns at them while observing the surroundings. These armed men were wearing light green combat uniforms. Their expressions were firm, and their eyes were cold. Even in the face of these people's pleas, their eyes did not waver. Occasionally they would turn their eyes, and you could see a faint trace of fierceness. Obviously, these people were real combat personnel who had experienced blood. Not far away, Rinura Kazuo was leaning against a tree, carefully observing the mountain with binoculars. His eyes were sharp, and he ignored the voices of people shouting for them to surrender. Because Rinura Kazuo and his team were in a hurry, they did not even prepare some of their necessary equipment. Therefore, these ordinary people were not treated well. Not only did these people lack water, but they also lacked food. Now that they were in the mountains, the wind was very cold. It could be said that they were starving and cold. One of them was a fat middle-aged man. His clothes were torn, and there were several deep wounds on his body. The bloody scars had not completely healed, and blood could be seen seeping out. Unable to bear the horror any longer, Morikuni lowered his head and threw himself onto the ground. He suddenly grabbed onto the leg of one of the armed men and screamed, "Ah, I beg of you, let me go!" In an instant, several guns were aimed at Kojing Sr. "I am the son of the chairman of the Teramoto Group, Morikuni Hidenabu. Please let me go. I'll definitely repay you. My father will give you a lot of ransom." The armed man who was being hugged by Hiroshi Morikuni had an impatient look in his eyes. He tried to shake off Hiroshi Morikuni, but when he realized that he couldn't shake Hiroshi Morikuni off, he unlocked the safety and aimed his gun at Hiroshi Morikuni, ready to pull the trigger. At this time, Rinura Kazuo walked in front of Hiroshi Morikuni and shook his head slightly at the soldiers, signaling them not to shoot. He used his foot to lift Hiroshi Morikuni's head and looked down at him. "Is what you said true?" Hiroshi Morikuni lay on the ground with tears and snot flowing down his face. He raised his head and looked at Rinura Kazuo, shivering. "Yes. I beg of you, let me go." When Rinura Kazuo heard his answer, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He turned around and ordered someone, "Go and get him some food and clothes to keep him warm." "Yes." Someone lowered his head and replied. Seeing that the faces of the passengers had become much better, Rinura Kazuo smiled. This could make the passengers think that he was only looking for money. Naturally, they would feel much more at ease. Just as he was thinking, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Rinura Kazuo's eyes narrowed. He walked to the side and at the same time waved his hand to get the others to stay away from him. He asked respectfully, "Sir, what can I do for you? We have confirmed that there are only 13 hours left before the god's descent. You just need to stall for time." A short voice came from the other side, and he hung up. "Yes, I understand," Rinura Kazuo replied with a jolt. At the foot of the mountain, in the temporary command center, someone suddenly shouted, "Report, there is a special signal. It seems that Rinura Kazuo is contacting the outside world." Analyze the signal. Can you determine who Rinura Kazuo is contacting? No Juwakayan asked immediately. "I'm sorry, Major." A staff member kept typing on the keyboard, at the same time sweating profusely. "This is a set of complex encrypted signals. We can't analyze it in a short period of time. And the call only lasted for about 13 seconds. I knew it, there must be someone behind this group of people." No Juwakayan knocked on the wooden board with his hand, making a click sound. "Negotiator, is Mukawa Masakazu here yet?" Mukawa Masakazu, 50 years old, from Tokyo, was born into a family of police officers. He was outstanding and had created many negotiation miracles. He was called Master Negotiator by the Japanese media. Mukawa Masakazu personally negotiated the Ueno Bank robbery case and the Aomori hostage kidnapping case, which shocked the whole of Japan and achieved relatively good result. Not only that, Mukawa Masakazu came up with a counter-robbery tactical theory to train many negotiators for Japan. "Mukawa Masakazu has arrived, and is now preparing," a staff member replied. "If Mukawa Masakazu is ready, immediately send him to negotiate." No Juwakayan ordered. "All small organizations get ready to attack." Yes. Chigo Mountain. An armed man with a submachine gun quickly ran to Rinura Kazuo and reported, "Sir, the shogunate's negotiator is here. Do you want it?" The armed man's eyes were filled with a murderous glint. "No." Rinura Kazuo looked at the drone's recording, and then looked at the negotiator who was more than 20 meters away. He smiled and said, "Just in time. Go and tell him that if he meets our requirements, we can release the hostages in batches. First, ask the government to prepare food and water for 100 people for 3 days, and at the same time, prepare 20 of the latest Kakur off-road vehicles. Tell them that the son of the Teramoto Group's chairman, Morikuni Hidenabu, is also in our hands. In addition, I want 10 small assault boats. Ask them to prepare 30 Thatcher submachine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition for me. Ask them to send 3 helicopters, and we will decide the exact time of arrival." Rinura Kazuo said without hesitation. Yes. Someone remembered and quickly went to argue with the people below. After a long time, Mukawa Masakazu wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at the gun pointed at him, and carefully walked down the mountain. Immediately, someone surrounded him and asked, "How did the negotiation go?" Mukawa Masakazu didn't answer immediately. He took a bottle of water, took a sip, and calmed himself down before walking to the command center. In fact, Mukawa Masakazu had a synchronized device with him, so the command center already knew the negotiation process and recorded it. Mukawa Masakazu narrowed his eyes and said to Nojuakayan, "Rinura Kazuo and his group have very high requirements. Not only do they want food, but they also want escape tools and a lot of weapons. We can't meet these requirements, especially escape tools and weapons." Nojuakayan wasn't surprised and said coldly while looking at the mountain. After a few rounds, Nojuakayan ordered, "Since they have the sincerity to release the hostages in batches, send the requested food up first and supervise the release of the hostages." "Should we put drugs in the water and food?" someone asked. "No, even if we send them up, they will only be used by the hostages. Don't cause unnecessary trouble." Mukawa Masakazu immediately said, "This will anger the criminals and cause a bloody incident." "Okay, let's do it. Prepare the food immediately," Nojuakayan ordered. In modern society, this was nothing. Soon, the food and water requested by Rinura Kazuo were sent to Chigobe Mountain. What was surprising was that, after Rinura Kazuo received the food, he released the 7 hostages without hesitation. When the hostages came down from Chigobe Mountain, a large group of reporters were filming them. This kidnapping incident had already caused an uproar. The major media in Japan had already sent reporters to wait for the latest news. Several of the most authoritative media had received permission from the military to interview the hostages who had escaped from death. The released hostages were surrounded by reporters with flashing lights, cameras pointed at them, and the reporters didn't care if the hostages panicked or uneasy. "May I know who you are? Where are you from? Are you a tourist? If you were taken captive, were you mistreated? Did the higher-ups kill the hostages? Are there women and children up there? Now that you've been released, how do you feel? How do you feel about the women and children who have not been released? AI, please don't go. Please tell us your thoughts, please." The chaos was like a farce. Nojuakayan roared angrily, "What's going on? Why are these reporters making such a ruckus? I heard that the higher-ups have spoken to them. They want freedom of the press and allow interviews." A second lieutenant said awkwardly, "Bastards. In a democratic society, the media had a lot of power. Nojuakayan could only curse at them." "This is the 3rd batch, right?" It was getting late at night, and there were more and more cars arriving for interviews. Pei Ziyun looked at the scene with some suspicion. Every time the conditions were met, the other party would release a few hostages. This was very strange. Everyone knew that the hostages would eventually be released. Although the other party had asked for helicopters and other means of escape, their attitude wasn't very firm. Don't they want to escape? This thought flashed through Pei Ziyun's mind. Suddenly, he realized something. He quickly took out his mobile phone and searched for relevant information. He found that the news of the hostages being released had become the headlines of the whole of Japan. All of Japan is watching. If the bandits refuse to negotiate, we can attack. But now a batch is released every once in a while. The whole of Japan will not allow the police to attack at this time, so we can only continue to negotiate. Are they trying to stall for time? Pei Ziyun immediately turned around and went to Kawako Sakato. Without any nonsense, he immediately explained the speculation in his mind. Kawako Sakato was shocked and frowned. Yamada-kun, are you saying that the other party is stalling for time? Yes, because the hostages are released. Although each batch is small, the police have no reason to attack, and the people won't agree. Pei Ziyun raised his mobile phone and said, "The public opinion on the internet is also for this purpose, but I'm not sure why." Kawako Sakato turned a few times and said, "Negotiation expert Mukawa Masakazu also has doubts, so we are also prepared. Now, several teams are on standby. As soon as the hostages are released, we will attack." Kawako Sakato's eyes revealed a cold light. No one can escape. Just as she said that, the world suddenly shook. Kawako Sakato's body tilted and she almost fell. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.